Well, he has requested one time. He just dropped. Yeah, like ages ago, he requested one time, and you were on with someone, and I didn't want to mention it. He genuinely did, but it was very
on purpose. Like on purpose?
It was so brief. It's like, well, it could have been an accident. But look, in my mind, if he wants to be up in your life, he maybe should try to be in your life. And that's like, I don't know how you feel about that, but that's just like me being in your corner.
No, yeah, I appreciate that. And sorry, Straker, this is like a little bit personal. I don't like doing this stuff like on camera. I would like to talk to him in person, like first, before we did any like live debate stuff. I would prefer that he knows my number, right? Yeah. Like, yeah, can get it from mom or whatever. So it's fine.
There could be maybe reconciliation before the show. Yeah, move past it. Sorry. Yep. I'll mute up. Sorry.
No, it's all good. I appreciate you. Straker, sorry about that. Yeah. So in the Bible, it says he's everywhere and he also has a nose. So, I mean, I guess you don't believe the Bible though. You were saying that it was written by some old wise guys that didn't know everything.
I think like it has some good like morals lessons in it, but like literally, I don't think that some of the more ridiculous stuff, I don't think it.
It has some good morals and some bad ones, right? There's a few that are like,
yeah, some of them are bad, like, whatever.
But
I didn't really read that much.
But you believe God exists.
Yeah, of course. It's obvious.
You believe it's the Hebrew God, Yahweh. And his one only true son, Jesus, who's also him as well, too.
Well, it was because my parents were Christian. I'm sure if I was born in Iraq, I would be like Muslim.
Yeah, but I think you would be. I'm starting to get why when you first called in, you were like, I guess you could call me a Christian. You're not, like, you're a deist. You should not follow the Bible. It is ridiculous. Like, it makes your idea of God that you have is so much better than the Christian God. The Christian God is a, like, absolutely dumb fairy tale. Like, there's nothing to it, right? But you have a more interesting, like, limited God that is like, stuck outside of time and can fly somehow, but can't like do anything illogical, like go back in time, or maybe it can. I guess it's a little bit confusing still, but like it still sounds like your own fairy tale.
Yeah, it's a fun kind of making it up as you go along and trying to like just create whatever God feels right to you, and that's fun. Just do that.
Why do you think you want there to be some kind of a God? Or why do you believe in a God at all?
So I think logically, I think everything has a cause, but since we exist, then there must be something that has no cause, like something outside of causal, like relationship, which has to be God. And
why does it have to be?
Because like through science, like science asks, why is something this way, right? So if you keep asking this, you keep asking, you get to the big
how
bang.
did something become like? Why is more of a philosophy term? Just to sorry to be like semantically technical, but like science is more like, how did this happen?
Yeah, you can say how as well.
What's the explanation for this, but not like why? What's the motivation? Yeah.
I meant why. I meant how. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
So
I got.
How did the
I
Big
figured
Bang
you did.
happen?
Yeah, you're a bright person. I was just making sure.
Like, how did the Big Bang happen? So you have some explanation for that, and then you like logically you have to ask, well, how did the explanation for that explanation happen? And then at some point you just have to accept that it must have been something without cause.
Yeah, I think I just accept that sooner than you.
Do you think the Big Bang happened without cause?
No, I think that did, but I think that like the greater universe, whatever, like the entirety of energy, matter, time, space, that kind of stuff, the laws, like I think that stuff is all contained in the cosmos, and that the cosmos is uncaused. The uncausedmos, if I may.
We call it the business.
Yeah, we refer to it as a business, which includes like all possible universes, all like even like thoughts and concepts and stuff. If you think of them platonically, I don't really, but if you do, then that would be in that area, heaven, hell, if you believe in that stuff. But like, if that's all it is, if there's some force that is uncaused, then like, do you think that same force has like emotions and like moral preferences? Because it seems like, and sorry to ask you and then interrupt, but it seems more like easy for me to believe that if there was some initial uncaused cause, that it was just like a raw force, like just a raw dog force of nature that like doesn't have thoughts, feelings, emotions, and like pettiness and jealousy and rules. It would just be like a universe causer. More like a force of nature, or an unnatural force rather, since it's before that. I don't think that this is the case, but like that would make more sense. But it's weird to be like, not only was there an uncaused cause that can create universes, but I can talk to it with my mind and it doesn't want us to masturbate at night. Like, what the fuck? Like, what are you talking about? Like, once you name it God, it's so weird.
I don't think there's like a problem it has with us masturbating at night. But, because like a couple of days ago, I went to DC and they have legalized shrooms there. So I was on the trip.
You got to say something else when you're on TikTok. You got to call them, let's call them pepperonis. Yeah, that's gross. That makes me think of like foot stuff. Let's call them pinky toes. Ah, fuck, that's still foot.
Who are we naming?
Shrums. Mario pizza topping things.
Yeah, so it's legal in DC. So my friend offered me some, and I was thinking a lot about like this concept of God, right? Like I was thinking that, if this God existed alone, in the universe, since it's unchanging, it would want to have something to entertain itself. And then that's why he created everything. And he like imparted part of himself into everything. So we're like we're kind of like God, but we have forgotten, because if you know everything and you're omniscient and omnipotent, like there's no change. And that's what gives life, that's what like entertains and like gives meaning to something.
This is the whole Brahman thing again, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's for sure not Christianity that you're talking about. I would like run away from any churches or like Christian ideas of God, stuff like that. Like if someone says, "Do you believe in God?" you should be like, "Kinda, but not the one you're thinking of." Just to like clarify for future. Do you believe in Satan?
No, I don't.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, you're not Christian. Which is good. Don't be a Christian. Like you're a weird mushroom deist, which is it's fine. I don't think you're hurting anybody. Do you think that the God that thought about the universe happening that can fly like is okay with gay people and like women and like diversity?
Yeah, why would he have a problem with it?
Yeah, you're fine. Sorry, I got no beef with you. You're good.
But if there was an infinite God, I know you want to move on. If there was an infinite God that like had all powers and then wanted to experience things and didn't want to be bored, like wouldn't it put itself in like the wildest roller coaster of pleasure and like extreme like good? Like everything would be great, but like because there's like infinite possibilities that are probably good.
Well, we don't know what Jesus did during his teen years.
Without the bad, you cannot have the good.
But Straker's saying that we're God, like we are part of that God that's forgotten itself.
That, yeah. Oh, he's doing we're part of that Andy God. Weir's egg.
Basically the egg, or I think Brahman is another version of that.
These are fun.
Whatever.
They're really fun stories. They're fun fictional stories. But like the other thing about those is like maybe we're not. And that's a better guess at reality, Maybe we're all God in a combined consciousness experiencing things for him. Or maybe we're not. Like, that makes more sense. It's just...
I think the second one might be true,
It's just like the easiest rebuttal to a big, like, weird maybe that like, explains nothing. It has no explanatory power. It's pretty easy to be like, yeah, I probably not, though, right?
No, but there's the Wizard of Oz part where it's like because we can't have that many causes.
The uncaused.
Yeah, because.
Yeah, that's a good point. All right, Straker, did you have any last words you want to say? We're going to move on and talk to some Christians.
Yeah, I think come to DC, try my experience, and I think you might become a Christian.
But you're not a Christian.
That's not.
You didn't.
Also, hi. I haven't said anything yet because I didn't want to awkwardly impose. But Bestie, you're not.
I go to a Protestant church, so I'm a Christian.
Why? Do you believe in Jesus?
I mean, I don't know, but but it's the community that counts.
You're a Christian. Why not?
I love.
You're a Christian. Go for it.
Yeah, you're an awesome Christian. Hey, tell all your Protestant friends that Jesus wasn't real, and that it's okay to be gay and stuff like that. All right, help everyone out. Help the world out. Okay.
Okay.
Maybe give them all some of those pizza toppings. All right, good stuff. That was fun.
Yourself, that's also Jesus, and God bless.
Ask a Christian if they believe in Jesus and stuff. Well, it's like the exact opposite of a Sadakmak. He doesn't follow the teachings of Jesus, but he does call himself a Christian.
Yeah. But what?
That's a harder acronym to fill out. I can't do it. Hi, Sam.
Well, I guess it would just be so I do consider myself a Christian, but I don't follow the teachings of Christ.
Right. It's the same acronym.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. I got to look at it.
Also, Amanda, thank you for the $20 on Cash App, mommy.
Hey, okay, guys, if you're going to send stuff to people on the panel, you have to send it to everyone. Be cool. So I do actually call myself a Christian but I don't follow the teachings of Jesus. So it has to be Sadak Mac Bediftage. There's just one extra D in there for the don't. Or you could say, but I forgot the teachings of Jesus. So then it's still Sadak Mac Bediftage. But I forgot the teachings of Jesus.
I like that one.
Yeah.
Well, how about I forego the teachings of Jesus?
You can't have words like forego. That's too fancy.
Just say for chance, all right?
I'm sorry. I apologize. Of course.
It's okay. I forgive you.
Put your fucking face back in your caviar, you piece of shit. EMT Life, welcome in. I think I've seen you before. Do you have an orange beard?
You probably popped up on my thing because we've talked in the past or something.
Yeah, we've talked to him.
Yeah, you sound familiar. Are you an actual EMT or are you just alive? Is that why that's your name?
I'm just a big fan
of EMTs.
Or me. There's a really bad echo, I'm afraid.
On my side?
Don't be afraid.
That made me burn. Sorry.
I've been an EMT. I've been an EMT for almost 12 years.
Yeah, that's cool. And
yeah,
so
we talked to him before, and he was on camera, and I think we had a good conversation.
Oh, okay. Cool. Well, do you believe in God then still, or did we talk you out of that last time?
You haven't talked me out of it. I just think
it must have been someone else. You probably were talking to some different atheists then. I don't think that it does.
Yeah,
if it was us, you would be like, no, I'm an atheist now. I don't believe in this stuff.
So you saying you turn every Christian that comes into your life?
We have a
pretty good turnover.
Yeah, we have a pretty high hit rate.
I'm sorry, but who Jeffro posted this AI God flying in the sky in the Discord, and the toes on it. Joel, can you see these toes? Holy Christ! It has finger toes that are doing this whole thing. It's gnarly.
Oh,
it's gnarly.
Yeah, the 1 foot more than the other is just 4 really long,
grabby toes. Well, you can do anything. Sorry about that. If you guys want to get on our Discord, good luck. It's pretty exclusive. Like,
More like good yuck.
yeah, I feel like we might be hitting our cap, our limit pretty soon on people here. So if you want to get in, today's the day. Send a subscription my way or Joel's way, and you can get in to the BBD Discord. Okay, so EMT life. Let's get to it. What do you think? Can God do anything?
Yeah, yes, yeah, I do. I think he can. I do believe that the God of all things is omnipotent.
Okay. And so, does that include having the ability to destroy Satan?
He could probably smash him with his balls.
Oh,
Kind of a weird way to do it, but I guess.
Or he could do it with like a sliver of his hair. Like I think when you're okay, so
Let's do balls. I think balls are good.
This might be where we were at last time. So
Last time, I remember now. We were like balls or hair. That's where we were last time. We were trying to decide between those two. Now I remember you.
or Brazilian wax Jesus. I don't whichever one you want.
I feel like people do that all over the world. I don't know how they got the name for it.
Brazilian wax, yeah, maybe it was like Babylonian.
Why not
wax.
call it the Canadian wax?
I can't imagine like waxing balls.
Why do you think they call it the Gaza Strip?
Nice.
that's heinous.
I loved that.
That's so heinous.
I loved that. Joel, what do you do? Lightning bolt?
Yeah, well, it depends. Like, I'll do the letter of my last name. Sometimes I do a heart. Sometimes I just like full, like just gone.
A B would be hard to put into pews. Like for Bible B, your last
Letter
Bible.
B. Oh, I was thinking like a bzz, like a bug.
Yeah, me
like
too.
A bee.
No, for the B is for Bible.
BBDs. Yeah.
Joel, you're the one who has the echo.
What?
Are you on your microphone still?
We'll swipe out here.
Yeah, there's always a little echo on his mic. Okay, so EMT, let's say that God is watching Satan like do terrible, awful things, and nobody likes it. Like even Satan is like, "Why am I doing this? I don't want to do this. I'm just like naturally evil." Why wouldn't God be like, ball smash, done?
So God is all knowing, right? That's a big term if you think about it, because nobody, that it's unprecedented. It's not a pun. So
if he was omnipresent, and then you said they might have, maybe that would like it's unpresented, like maybe that would have been better, but
that's okay. So,
What dimension are we in at present?
12.
Okay. Thank you.
he knows, he's all knowing, right? So he knew what he was doing. He knew what was going to happen. He knew what his reaction would be. He knew what your reaction would be. He knew how everything was going to play out, right?
And he knew that he could have done something to change it. And he does do some things to change some things, right?
It's part of the plan, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So there, like, he does intervene in some people's business from time to time, right?
Does he?
Is that not the story? Did he not like part a Red Sea?
Fuck that wormhole. Okay, so he embodied the human, his human creation in the form of Jesus Christ, right? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I was talking about like when Moses and the other Hebrew people were like cornered from the Exodus that was happening, and then the God parted the Red Sea for them.
Sure.
Yeah. So did he not act in a way that helped people in this world?
Is it acting upon a certain scenario if it's already been determined to happen prior?
Yeah, if he's the one who determined it, yeah. He acted early on.
He knew he already
When he plans something
before he planned. Yeah, you're right.
So while planning something, he forces it to happen. Like you can't deviate from his plan, right? So when he's thinking of the future plan before at the dawn of time, pre-dawn, it's like midnight time 0, and he's thinking, what should I do when they get to the part where the Red Sea happens? Should I open it or should I let them all die? Yeah, I tell you what, I'll open it up. They'll walk across. It's gonna be great. And then as soon as he thought of those two options and chose one, he then set in course the motion where that was going to forcefully happen.
Sure.
He made that happen.
So, but there's one caveat to that, right? There's according to the scripture, there's free will, right? So it doesn't mean that he didn't. If he acts upon the free will, then there is no free will, right? If he acts upon, like if he knew, like since he knows, yes, humans.
But this is
have
specifically
free will.
his own free will we're talking about. With the river parting, he's the one who did it, right? So that's does he have free will?
Does God have free will?
Yeah. Like, did he choose to either do the river or not? Or I'm sorry, I keep saying river. The Red Sea. Maybe that's what I was going to. Did he do the Red Sea or not? Like, was that his free will, or was that something that like he couldn't not do? He's just like required to do it by natural laws.
So he set human nature is going to take place because he created the humans, and he knew what he was going to. So he knew that he was going to be.
Can I get some baby bottles in chat for the guests? Not for you particularly, but for your kid. It's really cute. We just want to make sure they're satisfied.
So they.
But EMT, we're talking about him parting a sea. That has nothing to do with people.
Yeah, like the people might have chosen to stay in Egypt, and he still would have just like the sea would have just like opened and then closed, right? Like there's no one around, but maybe he still did it. Like it's I don't know like what you're trying to get out of this with like
So
people had free will about
okay.
the Red Sea. He did it, right? Did he do the Red Sea or not?
Yeah, but
Okay.
I mean, he knew that event was going to take place in advance, right?
Yeah. And he knew that it would be bad if wait, do you think God is all good? Is that something you go with? He's like a good.
Yeah.
He's a good dude.
Sure.
Okay. So he's thinking, all right, I'm about to choose which, like, I'm about like to set the universe in motion, and I can spin it over here, or I can go over here, and this one, the Red Sea opens, and if I go to this one, it doesn't. And I want it to because it would be bad. They're all going to die. The Pharaoh's going to kill them all, and I want them to live. So I choose this one where I'm going to eventually open the Red Sea for them. So he chooses it. He sets that like plan in motion. It happens because once the plan is in motion, you can't stop God's plan, right? You just can't do that. So at some point, something bad was going to happen, and he fixed it. But then what happens is also he can see every other event. He's all knowing. He's not just Red Sea knowing. So he knows that like also later down this path, the Holocaust is going to happen. It's going to be like thousands of years later, but I see it coming, and I could end it. Like I could do another miracle to make that not happen, but I'm going to let that one happen because that's not as bad as this other thing where I need to intervene on. Right. And I'm going to let Satan keep doing his shit over here. I'm setting into motion this plan where he is still active here. I could turn Satan off. I could just make it where Satan never, like the Lucifer angel or whatever that weird story is, never exists. Everything else is the same. The Hebrews still cross the Red Sea. like all the other weird stuff happens, but just no Satan. And he chose the one that does have Satan, and Satan acts as an evil doer in our universe. Like, God's doing all this shit.
Yeah. So I'm not going to tell you the chapter and verse, but I believe there's a scripture that talks about not having not having the answers, and that you would eventually find out.
Okay.
That's just the I give up line that you're just like conceding to the argument, saying you guys are right. It doesn't make any sense. My worldview sucks. Is that what you're saying?
But I'll know it later. Now, that means that later you'll get to heaven and he'll explain it to you. But you're still not going to be omniscient, because you're not going to be a god. You're going to be like some dead angel. And so he's going to explain it to you, and you're going to be like, huh?
I don't know. Maybe I'm atheist now.
Oh my God.
Yay, we did it.
We just didn't finish last time. It must have been near the end of the night. The story doesn't make sense, EMT Life. You're right
Okay,
for this one.
So maybe where we were before, because it's a little bit of a weird topic when you talk about, like, afterlife and what comes after death and blah blah blah. So I don't care to dive into that or go down that wormhole, but I do. Let's scratch Jesus Christ and Buddha and Moses and Muhammad, all of them, but it does still make it. I don't know.
Can I just say that this is like the fourth time someone has said wormhole during this live? And I just
think I'm saying wormhole because I think it's
someone else said it too, but like, can we just like leave these worms as holes alone? So weird.
Wait,
Joel, what do you think about that joke that a wormhole is like
I'm so sorry. Worms are really important, and I love worms. Worm solidarity. As a Black non-binary person, worms mean the world to me.
Sam condones worm grape.
Wait!
Cancel.
Wait! No! But also, Amanda, thank you for the $80. I have
The fuck?
for the $80.
This is
on Cash App.
ridiculous. Okay, let
For
me see here.
$80, Amanda.
This is good. That means we all are going to have it. Joel, check your Cash App. This is great. EMT, you should
For sure.
I have $0.
Cash App. I just have the
Doesn't it make
PayPal.
sense to you guys, everybody on the panel, including the host? Doesn't it make sense that there was like some divine creator?
No.
If there were a divine creator, then Cash Apps would be shared evenly amongst all people. That would be the plan.
Okay, but have you considered the prospect that I'm just like better than you?
I don't see that.
No?
I'm,
You don't think so?
I don't see that over
What
here.
if we considered that though? Like, what if we really sat here?
In what way?
and thought
Like
of-
what?
in all of them.
category?
Give me a premise one.
So you guys are rolling with like the entire human, not even that, like everything that's been created was just coincidence.
Well, coincidence, I don't think is the right word for it, because that would like imply that they're like every single time, something is about to happen, there's like this weird wheel that spins or a dice that rolls, and then something goes one way or the other. I don't think there still are natural laws, right? Like, I think there are still like, rules that happen in this world, right?
People, even like, scientists, very prominent scientists, say that the way that humans were able to, through the motions of evolution, be created from Earth or on Earth.
Natural selection.
No, not natural selection, but the way that it happened, when it happened, like it had to have been right when it did. Like,
I don't think that's true at all. There's a wide range of life possibilities. And the more we look out into space and also down microscopically into the like cellular world, the more we realize that the ingredients for life are abundant in the universe. The number of places where the temperature is right and the atmosphere is right is abundant. There are many places like this. Within our solar system, there's more than probably just Earth that could support life.
You're right. I'm talking about Earth, though.
Yeah. But Earth is like just one of many, like billions and billions of other planets that are in the universe in
I
habitable
agree.
zones. So
And
like
then that's when we can go down that fun. Hold on.
That is the cutest sounding kid I've ever heard in my life.
It's my 3-year-old son. So, what I'm getting at is the universe could, definitely have, and most likely has life that is has evolved, not exactly the same as humans did, but similar type circumstances.
And think about this though, like this sometimes people think about like this conversation right here, like not just all of life, but like life evolving to have these minds where we can communicate by phone. Yeah, that's true. That is rare. And by the way, that for most of Earth didn't happen here. That's been happening here for very teensy weensy amount of time, and it probably we will probably like die out, and then Earth will keep on going, right? Like that. So like this like tiny fragment in time where we're able to like communicate by phones, even if we do this for another like 4,000 years before we all wipe each other out, is still like a speck in the grand scheme of like the cosmic calendar, right? So yeah, it is rare. I'll grant you that like life is rare. Life is weird and amazing. The abilities that in particular humans have is weird and rare and amazing and cool. I like it. It's neat. But I don't think that like adding the God to the explanation adds anything. It only confuses things. Because now we have this confusing God that made us. We still don't know how he made us. We still don't know how he made a universe. We're just adding a character that has like weird moral rules, and we don't know why. We've added like more confusion to the riddle. We've just made a bigger riddle.
Yeah. Do you think in that other planet? Hold on. Do you think on that other planet that has life that's similar to ours, they also implemented religions?
Who knows? It's a good question. If you watch Star Trek, it seems to be the case. Yeah. Like any sci-fi, like they all think that like every other planet has a bunch of different religions and some are really similar. I have often said that that this would actually be really good evidence that Jesus Christ is our real Lord and Savior, is if we find intelligent life on another planet and they're like, it takes us a while to like figure out their language. And once we like do and we're communicate with them, they're like, we also have this guy named Jesus Christ. We'd be like, whoa, like that's actually pretty convincing that he's going from planet to planet being messiahs in different species. I would be convinced by that. But I don't know until that happens.
I think the more that you drill down on the God idea and like really try to explore it and make sense of it from some of these orthodox, versions of the cult or whatever, you get to a point of it being like just another natural law of nature.
So
like you don't.
Do you think if all religions could be immediately tonight just erased, and then tomorrow morning everybody wake up or
do the Ricky Gervais thing that you talk about sometimes?
I've seen that movie, but I'm saying like if
no, not what movie?
The Ricky Gervais.
Well, I don't know. What's the end of the question, EMT? Are you going to ask, is it a good thing or?
No, I'm saying like, do you think if that happened, that we would, humanity would, be be more inclined to find the answers to the universe?
Yeah.
The Mezzo actually lives that. Like he in his industry, religion is slowing them down. But yeah, I don't know if the Ricky Gervais thing isn't going to do.
Yeah, no, I thought he was doing something else with this. Real quick though, Amanda, thank you so much for the $120 on Cash App. I appreciate you so much.
Are you kidding me?
Wow, you're
better
buying
than
breakfast.
Sam, I guess. How much did you get, Sam?
I'm better than you, so it doesn't really matter.
Oh, actually, sorry.
This is
It
unbelievable.
just says 20. I was wrong.
Dearest Amanda, thank you for the email of the implied nude photographs that you said that I could use for an OnlyFans to make as much as I could possibly make with them.
Priceless. It's like those old MasterCard commercials.
Yeah, there's really no end. Like these are going to make me a lot
He's
of
sparking a
money.
career
So thank
for
you
you,
so
really.
much. These are incredible. Thank you.
I fixed my alerts to tell me when Cash Apps happen, and now they like happen too much. Like one thing makes like 50 of them. EMT, I want to move on to another guest. I'm really happy to talk to you. You're a really fun person to chat with.
Yeah, no,
you
because
have a
I
good
get-
time and you have an open mind, and I love it.
I would love to hear, you know, it just, for some reason in my mind it seems like civilization would be worse off if they didn't have the moral compasses that has like engulfed
From the Bible?
society. You know, and
Yeah,
God we
that's
trust,
propaganda.
you know, the whole, you know, like Constitution stuff, you know, is all, you know, in God we trust, and you know, having something bigger to
You have a
look
lot
up
of background noise happening, so go on mute and I'll answer that real quick. And I'm sure Sam and Joel have something to say too.
No, I'll hop out. It was good talking to you guys.
Okay, but listen to our answers. Okay, all right. Thanks, EMT. Yeah. So, first of all, the Constitution doesn't say "In God We Trust." That's money. That's on our dollar bills. Our dollar bills don't have morals on them. In fact, they are often the cause of immorality, right? Of anything else. Just because by the way, every dollar bill you've ever touched has been in a stripper's ass crack. Like that's just like statistically fact, right? Or
I'm writing all this down.
yeah, maybe not even a stripper, but somebody's. Ass pennies, for those of you who are familiar with the old Upright Citizens Brigade show. If you've handled a penny, it's been in my ass. There's a high likelihood. So that's why I have the upper hand over Sam here. So yeah, look, I think that all of these, like the morals that we hold most true to now, like we use, few of them are from religion, right? Like, or at least would go away with religion. Like if religion went away, we would still have don't hurt each other. We would still have don't steal. We would still have don't kill each other. Like we'd have all these ones, but we just like would also not have religion forcing its patriarchy down our throats. Which
On money, they should put in this. Loving this is the root of all evil. But if they wanted to put a moral,
give me
on it.
away. Says,
Look, I have these photos here, so I think I'm going to get some stuff out of my old wormhole and go to sleep.
fucking sick, dude.
So
Fucking gross.
But you know what? And I hate to do this,
No,
but
it's okay.
you know, Sam, of course, you did a really great job at the top of the hour. So I think, hey, this is hard for me to say, but
Sam do it once? I don't remember that.
I think you got this, Sam.
really, you think so?
I think you got this. And can I just ask you a favor?
Of course,
Can you take care of Mezzo for me?
I would be honored.
I thought
Can you
it was
take care of
going to
my-
say, can you
my
forward
bestie?
all cash apps to me?
Empty your bank
You wouldn't
account
mind?
right now.
Can you take care of my boy?
Absolutely, he's in good hands.
Everyone
Good
follow
virtual.
Joel. If you don't follow Joel, you're a fucking idiot and you're a loser and I hate you and you deserve hell if it's real.
Period. You'll burn.
Thank you, Sam. You got
He
this.
does a podcast with me. He does his own show where he reads the Bible, and he does his own lives, and they're all good, especially the podcast with me because I, step up the game for him a little bit. Right, Joel? Is that how we?
Oh yeah, no, all my output is amazing, but when we double team the internet, it is just everyone's coming. No, it's incredible. We're a great team. Everyone loves us, and we are better together. I agree with that. We've both got our egos. A lot of people wonder why you have an ego, but like we both have egos. And when you look at what we do together, that's why it's just through the roof. We are just amazing together. And yes, my other content is incredible too. But when we're together, we just deconstructed a ginger.
Pretty good. I don't know. Is ginger okay to say still?
I don't think so. Is it?
I think so.
That's okay.
I think so. They don't have souls.
Yeah, they don't.
I agree with that, but I don't think anyone does.
For some reason, ginger, like you can never, it'll never be. Wrong.
I'm going to start saying black people don't have souls and see in how much trouble I get. And no one does. Just to be clear, no one does.
Yeah, that's funny.
Mezzo, I fear you will get canceled.
Yeah.
No, but we just deconstructed a sweet red-haired man.
I did come up with a term today in another live. They were talking about ebonics, and I came up with ivoryonics, and I had to text my wife about it. Oh. Just came up with the term. It's when you talk really white. It's like white people talk. Yeah. It's pretty good.
Well, also, we no longer call it ebonics. We call it AAVE.
Yeah, I know. That's the problem with it. We don't call it ivoryonics anymore. It only lasted for like this one morning, and now we're past it too.
Oh.
All right, listen, you guys have a beautiful night. I'm going to go to bed because I got work in the morning.
Yes.
You too, beloved.
And he's gone.
Oh.
This is a historical lie. Billy Carson tried this and got humiliated by a Bible scholar. I said, please explain how it's a lie.
V, are you with us here? Sounds like V is driving and listening to someone else's live at the same time as this one.
Oh.
V, thanks for coming up. You've been a great guest.
We love a multitasking queen.
I don't know what was happening. How could we hear someone else? Are they listening to like us on the phone and a different one on the car radio?
Probably, yeah.
Drive your fucking car. V?
What?
Oh!
Are you okay?
All right.
Okay.
All right.
All right. This other one isn't connecting either. Griffin, if you're trying to connect, it's not working. We tried. This person, I have a hard time believing this person is a Christian, but we'll see what happens here. I can try and get. There's a lot of people in the guest box here, just not connecting. Did we talk to what was that guy's name? EMT for too long?
I don't think we talked to EMT enough.
He was a good guy.
Agreed.
I'm a goddess. Welcome in. What's your age and religion?
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
No, I'm not.
Okay, we got Sheener. I don't think Sheener, are you a friendly?
Yeah, I didn't mean to request up.
What's going on? Why is
Let me
everyone? All right. I don't know what's going on. Isn't that weird that like sometimes
Are you guys okay?
I'll have entire lives where that doesn't happen, and then this live there's 8. Are we at 8? Bellisaurus. Bellisaurus. That was pretty close. Welcome in. What's your age and religion?
44 Christian.
And so do you actually meant to request up?
Yes.
Fuck yeah. Good start. Let's go. What do you think about God? Do you think he can do anything?
Yes.
Even destroy the Dark Lord Satan?
He does in the end of the book of Revelations.
He does, or he did, or he will?
He will.
Could he do it right now, though? Or could he have done it yesterday?
Yes.
Do you think Satan did anything bad today?
Most likely, yes.
Why do you think God wouldn't want to like stop that?
So I think that honestly, so Satan's the god of the earth. So I think that God allows Satan to be god of the earth to like get people to get out and do shit. I think when he first created man, we weren't doing anything. You know, we built the Tower of Babel, tried
That
to build
sounds
it
like
up
something.
towards heaven. And
We
then
tried to
people-
do something and God knocked us down.
Yes. And then Satan was given realm over man, basically.
I think that's a bad move. Like, why not put me in charge instead of Satan? I'm not like you're going to say, okay, here's my precious earth where all these earthling souls are like I just love them so much. I fucking love them. And I'm going to put in charge of my precious loving souls, like the worst person in the universe, like the worst being that's ever existed, the ultimate evil. You're the boss of my precious loving souls. Like, what the fuck is this? Why wouldn't he put me in charge, or Sam even?
So I think it's to get people to do stuff, and he knows Satan has a lot of power. And
Do you mean to do bad stuff or to do good stuff?
No,
Or
he
just
could do good stuff if he wanted to do good stuff. He just doesn't.
No, I mean for people. So you're saying he lets Satan be in charge, so we'll do stuff. That the words "do stuff" don't really like.
Like, could you be a little bit more specific about that?
Like,
do what?
He gets people like excited about making a whole lot of money in the stock market or something like that.
And God
so they'll
wanted that.
invest a whole lot of money that they don't have, or maybe borrow money they don't have, and like
That's
maybe cause do what
God wanted. That's what God wanted.
God's a capitalist?
I didn't
He was
say
like,
that.
these people aren't giving enough money to the
Satan.
stock market. I have to have Satan
Oh,
go.
Satan's a capitalist.
Right. No, but here's what he's saying, that like God was thinking these humans aren't going to be putting enough money in stocks. I need to put Satan in charge so that they'll be excited enough to do stocks. Right.
Ah. So God's the capitalist.
to motivate man into going out and doing something other than just sitting around and not doing
Is
anything.
doing stocks like a good thing or a bad thing, or just neutral?
It would be a good thing if you did it in a balanced nature. You invested in a balanced nature, but if you poured all your money into the stock market that you don't have and maybe borrowed money to put in the stock market, then you're
What
being
about
greedy.
doing stuff like genocides? Do you think Satan inspires us to do that? Not us, like here on the panel, but like throughout humanity, like Genghis Khan, Hitler, Saul, like these people who were like doing genocides. Do you think that they were inspired by Satan? Like they would be like lazy, sitting on their ass, but Satan was like, "Come on, get up, let's get to the genocide."
Yeah, Hitler even said that he had demons around him that told him what to do. I read that
Really?
in historical. Yes.
So did God.
So I read that in actual historical. That threw me for a crazy loop. I thought that was pretty crazy if that happened that way. But he believed that he had demons around him that were telling him what to do.
Interesting.
Yeah, I would love to look that up. I don't think that's true. He was a deist that probably didn't believe in Satan, but that's interesting to make up for sure.
I didn't make it up.
I mean the people who told you about it did. That's an interesting, like, weird thing to do, because he never said anything like that, unless he was talking like about metaphorical demons, maybe. Anyways, he was a piece of shit. So like, I'm not trying to say that it's all right. I'm just saying like he was the problem there, not some demon. But that's my view. In your view, Hitler was fine. It was just the Satan and the demons inspired him to do bad, right?
They helped encourage him. He would have
So
done it.
so isn't this weird that God is like, these lazy humans are sitting on their butts all day. I'm going to put a Satan in charge so they'll do some genocides. That'll be good. Why did God want that?
I don't think that he wanted to have genocides. I think he's trying to develop man to be have free will, be free thinking homies of God.
Wait, but like God loves genocide though.
No,
I
God
don't
doesn't.
know what homies means. Is that one of the
Good friends with God.
AAVE things, Sam? I don't know this word.
No, yeah, that is one of those AAVE things, yeah.
Sorry, I don't speak the language. Okay, so he's saying, I want them to be friends with me. So I'm going to put Satan in charge, who will inspire them to do lots of good things and lots of really, really bad things. And then they'll like me. That's kind of the general plan.
Yeah, so you have believers who live on the earth, and they do hopefully work towards becoming better themselves and to inspire others to do good. While Satan does tempt everyone on earth, but Satan does inspire people. So I doubt whether
Why
this is
delegate
good or bad.
though? Like, why not do this job himself? He put the like most evil being in all of time to be in charge of this job, when he could have said, Satan, you don't exist. Poof, he's gone. I'll do the job of inspiring humans. That way they'll still go do, the appropriate amount of stocks, and they'll do some other inspiring, wonderful things. They'll like help each other, but then they won't do the genocides part.
No, I agree.
Maybe a little. Maybe they do it a little bit because sometimes God is the one who says go do, like he commands it. Sometimes, like in the Bible, but for the rest of them, those ones wouldn't happen.
Yes,
don't you think that universe would be better, like a universe with less genocides?
Yes, I think that like when the millennial reign of Christ occurs, he will help to guide people into like their thinking to be more clear, so that they don't mess up a utopian type society. I have Christian friends that believe that we'll be made to not be able to sin, and that seems to me to be too robotic. And I don't think God wants robots to be his children.
No, I'm not saying robots. I'm just saying like humans that don't like lean towards genocide. They lean away from that. They can still like, choose to steal bread or not, or like maybe to like, kick a tree. Like some of them will be like kick a tree, and others will be like, that seems mean. I don't think I'll kick this tree. And some will like be really strict about rent, and others will be like, you can like pay when you got the time. Like there can still be like nice people and mean people and good people and bad people, but not just like genocide bad. That's too bad. Like I think we should, because he did limit our free will a little bit, right? Like we can't do anything. We can't like fly or like make money, like spool out of our mouths whenever we want, right?
Well, that's just physically impossible. It's not the free will part.
Yeah, but he's God. He could have made that physically possible. Like clams make pearls, right? Like he could have made our shit have like diamonds in it or something like that, or gold, and so that like we produce wealth, and then we would, but he didn't, right? And we don't have the gold shit. So he limits us in some ways, but he didn't limit us in the genocide, which is a weird thing for God to do. So I just want to, because I've brought up like 3 horrible things in time, I want to just like make a quick timeline with you.
The whiteboard?
Yeah.
The whiteboard!
Just real quick. This is an easy one. We have the beginning of time, and it's, just God. And then at the end of time is when he like kills Satan, and everyone's in heaven, right? Or it becomes like basically heaven on earth. And this is good.
New earth. Yeah, correct.
Yeah. And I'm going to make this is the timeline I would say is where we're actually in. So along this timeline, he has one genocide where he tells people to go kill, the Amalekites or the Canaanites or whoever he hates at the time. Let's just say there's only one. And then later in time, you get like Genghis Khan. And then later in time, you get, World War II. So there's 3 genocide stops along the way to this heaven. But don't you think, like, wouldn't it be just a slightly better timeline if they didn't have those? Or like just do the one, if he has to, just the one that he picked, because you still have to like have God do his one genocide. But then the ones where humans are doing them because they're inspired by the Satan, they don't do those ones. Like, which of these 2 timelines is the better timeline that has more good in it?
So like, in it? I think God's so big. Like And he can do anything that he wants. Yes, God's so big that he can do anything he wants.
Right.
And then
This one or this one.
Oh, so I'll do the second one. If it was up to me, I would do the second.
Right. Yeah, I think you're
But,
right,
like-
dude. Like, yeah, they have the same ending. All the same souls are in heaven at the end, and maybe hell if you need to. Maybe skip hell probably, but in this one you have more bad things. The all good God chose the one that has more bad things. Doesn't that?
Yeah,
that make
if
sense?
it were up to me, then
Wish it was.
I would think that like for people who are like not super evil, then eternal damnation doesn't really need to happen, and they could just go to sleep and not exist anymore.
Great.
Give that as a blessing to them to just go to sleep. I can't hear you.
Who's hold on, I gotta find my there we go. Whose like free will would be like ruined if when the sperm that made Hitler was like coming and that one just like diverted and a different one came, like who, you know what I mean, like is it that one sperm's free will?
We had to beat everybody else to the egg. But Germany was on the path to go to war again because of the Treaty of Versailles was so difficult on them. They had to borrow. They had to like pay out some
better,
money.
right? It could have gone
pretty
out,
much
but
set up. It was kind of just a continuation of World War One.
Well, no, because
20 years in between.
well, I feel like war in of itself is obviously like it's going to be destructive and it's going to hurt people. But when he came in with his solution to that war being unaliving millions of people and changing the trajectory of families for years to come, there were other ways to do war without that.
God didn't do that. It was either the people themselves or Satan inspired.
right. That's why we're saying get rid of Satan. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
that's
what he
gonna
should have.
happen.
He should no, not eventually. Do it before time. Get rid of it. Like why would you let something bad linger? Like how long? Like if genocides keep happening for the next 8 million years, will you eventually be like, all right, that's too many, God? Like that, like 900 different ones have happened. That's too many. Like at what point is it too many? Because right now there haven't been enough genocides, like on Earth, for you to be like worried like that it's bad. You're like, nah, this is still fine. He's going to solve it later. Like one should be enough, right?
Yeah, I'm hoping, like, personally, that there should be peace now. And, like, I hope the Ukraine-Russian conflict comes to an end.
I think like paying
though I
attention.
support Israel, I do think Israel's kicked the Palestinians' asses enough to kind of pump the brakes on that one.
Yeah,
So
I
I
don't
do
think you
hope
quite
we get
understand
peace
what
on
we're like saying.
What a horrible
here, though.
thing to say out loud.
I wasn't even listening because like he wasn't tracking the thing. Did he say something bad? I wasn't listening.
He said he was pro-Israel and that he thinks Israel has thoroughly kicked Palestine's ass. That, verbatim.
But like, don't you see that that's
That should have been
bad?
Hamas. Apologize.
Don't you think that like these are bad things that are happening?
Yeah, and I hope they stop. Yeah,
What?
I do hope that they come to a conclusion. And there's a couple of conflicts.
God hope
in
that they
Africa I hope
stop?
come to a conclusion as well.
Does God hope that they stop?
I hope so. I think so. I believe so.
But he has the power to stop it and you don't. So why, if he hopes something happens, it happens. Unless he's failing. Is he trying to fix it and failing?
No. I think he's given time for more people to become believers. And I think he's waiting as long as he can to get as many believers.
He's
as
not just
possible.
waiting. He's letting Satan run the world. That's not just waiting. That's like actively introducing evil into the hearts of men.
So more people are becoming saved, hopefully. And in the global south, that
Is
is
that
happening
happening?
quite a bit. Yeah, in the global south, it is spreading. Christianity is spreading quite a bit more. In the Western world, it
Sorry,
is
we can't just allow this to
declining some.
slide. Like, I'm so sorry, Mezzo, but like, you know you're evil, right?
Me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Like, didn't you just say that genocide was bad? And then you were like, but I like this one? You remember when you said that?
I said that kicked Hamas's ass.
Right, that's not what you said. That's not what you said. That's
I
not what you said.
misspoke.
You said Hamas afterward. Before, you said Palestine. You know those are children, right? Those are majority children, vastly majority children who have absolutely no stake in politics whatsoever. You know those are kids, right?
It might just be that you suck. Like that's a really like
You're
big
heinous.
possibility here. And maybe that's why it's hard to see this like, oh, all this stuff is fine, it'll be fixed later. That's not okay. Like if God is in charge of the world, he's like doing just a shit job of it. If Satan's in charge of the world, he's also doing a shit job for sure. Like he should be like, God, you should take over. What are you doing? Like, why are you letting me do this? This is nuts for you. But like for you to stand by and like praise and worship, do you like go to church and stuff?
Yes.
So you like worship the God that's like letting all this stuff play out because it's taking humans too long to like believe in God in the South? Like, what are you talking about?
So in the Western
weird.
world, Christianity was declining, but I've read recently that it's stabilized out and actually maybe recovering.
No,
so
that's not
in the
true.
In the global South, it's growing quite a bit, and also spreading in China and India. So I think he's waiting as long as he can before he starts to pass judgment. I think he wants to give as much opportunity as possible, including through the millennial reign of Christ, which I believe there will be believers. Christ will be on earth actually running his kingdom. There'll be believers on earth with him, and then there will be non-believers at the same time.
All right. Well, if hopefully pretty soon we'll have a whole bunch of people who believe like you that genocide is okay, and then then the earth will be perfect and God will be ready to come back. This is super weird, and I think your take is shit. And I think that you also missed like 90% of the points that I was making up here. But I'm probably going to go on to a better guest. Okay.
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 But hey, I appreciate the one quick for the atheists that
Ew.
Oh, the next guest ran off. That was weird, right?
Oh, quite. Also, free Palestine. Fuck off. The fuck?
I'm going to change the background. I don't like where that was going. Let's see here. I was thinking about doing a few just like new ones. I don't have new ones, but like good old ones.
Oh, you have so many.
Oh, I have so many. Look at all these.
Oh my god. Oh.
These are nuts, right?
A variety.
Yeah. But there's a few like really good ones.
I think they're all very good.
Yeah, there's a few that suck. There's a few that have brought like nothing but awful like guests.
Well, that's more of an issue with the guest, is it not? I don't think that's the background.
There's a few where just like the like topic itself is just like I don't know. It's like a call to pieces of shit for like whatever reason. It's like something about it like lures them. You know that, like how it is like when you put up the lesbian one or something.
Yeah, that's
like,
true.
Yeah, you're asking for it a little bit.
Fair.
But sorry, this isn't the right one. So this is one for let me see here. Which one will like bring in some more people here? We got about
usually the ones that are denying God's existence do well.
Yeah, that's what I was
if
thinking.
You can.
Just there's no God. Let's try this one.
Yeah.
You know what? I have another one that's kind of similar to this, but it's
okay.
Newer. Where is your God now? And it has the sneaky.
That's terrifying.
He's hiding.
That is scary, Mezzo.
But God is like, I see you.
He looks like he would touch me in my sleep without consent.
Don't sleep. He's everywhere.
Jail. Prison. Jail.
I'm just looking at the Discord over here. What
Underneath
the
jail.
fuck is this? Whoa. Yahweh art. Oh, cool. Yahweh in the stock market. That's funny.
Where is this Discord, by the way? I keep looking for it and I can't find it.
The Bad Bible Debates Discord.
Yes.
Are you not in it?
I don't think so. I'm in the Deconstruction Zone one, but I thought that was the Discord.
That's a good one. That's a great one. That one's wonderful. But here, let me see if I can get you. You should be allowed into it here. That one's really good. The Deconstruction Discord is like the entire decon community. BBDs is just like Joel and I's Discord. It's just our thing for like the podcast.
I see.
Yeah, and for these like these things. So it's for like normally for subscriber folks and stuff like that. But I gotta tell you, it is nuts. Like we have a really, really like wild Discord over here, and everyone's saying Sam's coming. Be cool. It is actually like one of the busiest Discords I've ever been in. Like there's just like so much happening, and it's really fun. Like it's a good group of absolute freaks, dumplings, and weirdos, and I like it. We had one guest, but they left there.
What kind of people?
Yeah, there's not a link in the bio. So the way it works is for people who subscribe to Joel or me, either one of us. You don't have to do both. Just send us like a message. So like Automelodic. I have to, like, in order to do it, I don't have a way to do it. Joel had it set up for a little while, but you have to just like DM me on TikTok or on Discord and say, hey, I want the thing. I subscribe, and then I'll check and then I'll do it or something like that. So, like I see Automelodic, you're in the Freak Club. So that's like the one thing that our subscription offers is just this Discord. It's a pretty normal thing that like other people do, but yeah, it is a weird Discord.
Not Nimble saying, yo, what's up? It's Biggie Cheese. What does that even mean?
So, Sam, one thing I'll tell you that's fun in our Discord, along with all the weirdos over here, is that we have these like fun Nightbot commands that I made a long time ago. Like I made these years ago for when I was doing music on Twitch. And so I'll show you. For example, you can like I'll attack you really quick.
Oh, okay.
And I don't know if your name starts with like a star. How do I do that? Okay, there we go. And so when you do these things, it'll like randomly generate an attack. So it says Sam was suddenly deceived by Mezzo. It was a dizzying attack. So my attack was a deceit for some reason. But those like variables change. So it's like this where I like wrote out randomizers and stuff. And
cool.
And there's tons of them. You can like attack people. You can do magic spells. You can curse them. You can revive them. You can pray for them. You can hug them. You can make out with them. You can do like tons of things.
Oh my gosh.
And they all do different randomize. It's kind of like Mad Libs. And so they all like they all change out. Here, I'll do a quick make out with Sam. Someone's cursing me. There we go. Okay, so you see that like the things like change out. Oh, I did it too soon.
Yeah.
Hold on, why didn't that one work? If you do them like too soon after each other, it clogs it up, I think.
Oh, you've been burdened with Robot Lover, by the way.
There we go. Now we are making out in the nude, as it says here. So it basically like plays Dungeons and Dragons, and it's just like randomly generated stuff. So it's super fun. I made them for when I was doing music. And people could do them in the like in the Twitch chat. They actually like work in there, but they don't work in the TikTok one. So I like brought it over to the Discord. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, they're really there's like all these secret ones that I've forgotten about that just like show up and start like I'll be like, oh yeah, like they kind of happen every now and then. So yeah, it's good. It's a good time.
/ passionately kiss Mezzo is crazy.
That one's not one.
That's not a command.
But I can make it one, right? So like that's the thing is like every now and then I'll turn one in, and we have like band names. So you've probably seen when we'll be like, oh, that's a good band name, and I'll type it down. I actually am entering it, and so we have this list of band names. So if you do command band name, it'll like randomly generate like it generated the band name called ##. So it's like a £, and then hashtag is the name of the band. So like, there's Lizard Mother. So like anytime you think of a band name, we put it in and then it like does it. Yeah. Anyway, so there's just tons of stuff, like so many things to do. And it's a really fun time. But just don't look there is like the one, you shouldn't be able to see it, but where Joel and I have like a private chat thing that should be like off limit. I don't think you'll be able to see that anyways. People keep coming and then leaving. Joshua had like a Bible verse. It was like a Bible verse username, and then they left.
Yeah, they left.
Yeah. Well, I'm kicking ass tonight. I'm a little tired. I should make a coffee.
A coffee at 9:34?
It's 8:30 here.
Really? Oh yeah. I can't
California.
count. A
3's
coffee
hard.
at 8:34. Yeah, math is hard. You know what I mean? It's really difficult. Who knows
Yeah,
how to do
you did
subtraction?
miss the cunt wave at the Discord. That is true.
The cunt wave?
There was a period of time where I don't know what happened. I was out of control of it.
Okay.
But everyone changed their names to a I guess like a cunt pun.
Okay.
Way to say that. And it was nuts. It was scary. There's still a few of them. If you see lingering effects of that, that's why that's happening. I don't know why it happened. Stay woke. Welcome in. What's your age and religion?
Hey, good good evening, good evening. My age, I'm an 80s baby, and my religion is I'm a Christian.
All right. Well, where is your God now?
He is on his throne in heaven.
Can he do anything?
You know, he can, but he's got us down here doing it for him.
Like, is he demonstratable or provable or anything like that? Because it seems like I look around, I don't see any sign of a God. Oh, he's gone.
And just like that. So stay. So stay.
not that I need to be Hasanabi successful. It's not that I need to be Dean and Parker successful. That's not it. It's just that I would like to make enough where I can just be like relaxed about it. No? Where it's not like a constant, and that month over month grind I thought was going to be over this last year, and then the fucking TikTok shit and tariff shit hit. And now it's like, it was pretty over last year, and then this year's like, So, I don't know. Might have, I mean, you guys, that's not like me shitting on any of the support or anything. You guys have been great. Like, obviously, you kept me going this long. But, you know, from the grind perspective, I'm fucking tired of grinding. I'm fucking tired of that. Like, I'm gonna fucking go out and make a shit ton of videos. And, you know, like, it fell off with my video production, but it didn't matter because the videos weren't going out. But, like, that grind of, like, I didn't have to grind when I had videos. I don't have videos anymore. So now it's back to the grind. And for me, it was like a bitch slap, being like, okay, I don't have to grind anymore. I'm doing good. I just got to post content, whatever, to be like, nope, you got to fucking grind again. I'm tired of that, honestly.
Who's in the box?
It's just honest. It's just honest. I know that everybody's like, oh, well, yeah, that sucks. It's part of working life and whatever. But, you know, there's a lot of fucking questions month to month where you're not getting like a steady paycheck. You know?
I agree.
We're not debating.
Especially when we come on and don't get any traction, any debates, any interactions here. Like, did we just hold out for the best?
It's just frustrating. Yeah.
It's hard.
Live stream was better 2 years ago. Well, I mean, like, I don't know, you know? You just try and you do the best you can, and yeah. I know you guys are like, it's your job, and I get that. Yeah, it is, but it doesn't have to be.
Yeah.
It doesn't have
I want to show this person that you don't do that. So that's why I'm asking you if you can find a space in your heart.
I'm so confused.
Are we like, maybe, are we supposed to be getting shut down? Last time when we were getting shut down, this is kind of what happened. When's the next Trump TikTok shutdown?
Well, Trump, I don't know how long ago it was. Maybe like a month ago, 3 weeks ago, did another 75-day extension. So it's not that.
June 19th. Next month, we'll do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, every few months you got to have a TikTok shutdown for Trump. Yeah. What would the world be like without that? Better?
Absolutely.
Okay. Sorry about that. Stay woke. You were saying?
Yeah. That guy, I think you last asked, does he do anything? And I responded, he has us doing things.
Yeah, I had a different background up, but it doesn't really matter that much. Okay. And also thanks to the Justin Raiders who came in. I do appreciate you. Sorry, you like, I was like frozen and seeing people be like, Justin Raid. I was like, can't do much about that. But thanks y'all for coming in. If you made it back, we'll see what happens. Okay, yeah, so why can't God do his own shit?
Right. I mean, he's God. He doesn't have to.
Oh.
What? So he's just like a lazy, like, I'm going to lean back and let them do all the work.
Yeah, he actually gave the commandment in the book of Genesis to Adam. He said, go and subdue the world. Let me ask you, though.
Subdue the world? What does that mean?
Mother Earth, we're in charge of it. Like, take care of it.
Why wouldn't he want to be in? Shouldn't God be in charge? He's the one who's powerful.
Yeah, but we're trying out for his kingdom. We're looking to be accepted into his kingdom. So, with it being his kingdom that's everlasting, we're auditioning more or less down here.
So that's why he's hiding, is he's like watching through like one of those one-way mirrors in heaven as we're all down here, like, doing stuff, and he's just up there kind of spying down, not intervening at all, just like letting things unfold.
With like a velvet upholstered throne and some opera glasses.
Yeah, I mean,
I love that. So, you know, so
In
now,
a
Sam,
nutshell.
you're going to see in the Discord a bunch of pictures of God at the opera. It's like, it's a good Discord to be in. I promise you that's coming. Yeah, so stay woke. Why is God such a creepy perv watching us from a distance and not helping us with our lives when he's all powerful?
I don't concede to that he's a creepy nerd.
Perv.
Right. Or perv. Nothing about him is creepy. But yeah, where are you getting your information from? What are you backing that up with?
Just you, like if he's watching us and we're like, you know, down here naked, you know, perving on each other and he's just watching, that's kind of weird. But like more than the pervy stuff, although that is like strange. I think it's the stuff where it's like he sees two parents driving. Whoa, heck yeah. And they're driving their cars and they're just a little bit tired because they got kids in the back seat and they're distracted. And the cars are coming right for each other and it's just an accident. Like no one's really to blame here. They just got a little distracted and he lets them crash into each other. Why not help them?
Because we live in a fallen world and he has to, in order for him to remain just, right, he has to not intervene in the way how we conduct ourselves, I believe, right? I believe God has given us authority and power.
Do you think he's ever intervened?
Yes, I do. I believe he has. Like the Bible documents his moments where he intervenes, like in the Red Sea crossing. And
so sometimes he does help us and then other times he lets us not be helped.
Right.
Doesn't that seem like not just, like not fair? Why doesn't he open all of our Red Seas metaphorically?
Well, that would make him more like a genie.
Yeah, that'd be better.
Well, yeah, I agree. I mean, a genie would be awesome.
That'd be like if he's going to be all good, then that would be better for sure. Like he would do good things. We would see his good works helping us, and we'd still have like choices that we make and stuff. But for the times that what are you doing? Where are you trying to go? Where do you want to be?
Oh.
She just wants some like head scratches. Look at
This
ears.
is so cute.
She fell asleep. Okay. You done? No, she's done. Okay.
Was that a question for me?
No, I was talking to my cat. So,
okay.
Okay. So yeah, if you were saying that God's not all good, then this would make sense. It would like totally check out. But I think that, you know, like if you were watching a murder happen and you could like really easily stop it, like you could just interrupt and be like, hey, don't. But you didn't, I'd be like, stay woke. That was fucked up. You should have stopped that murder. Don't you think?
So like for us as humans down here, as, you know, mortal men, yeah, we kind of have a responsibility and obligation to one another to, you know, treat each other with some decency and respect. And
yeah, just the good thing to do.
Well, you know, good can be subjective based on your religious views, right? Based on your upbringing, right? It could be different for everybody.
Well, do you think that like watching someone murder someone else when you could stop them isn't good?
No, that's not good.
Yeah. So you and I agree, right? So you're saying maybe some people would think that it is good to watch murders happen, even though you could stop it. But like those people aren't here. So like let's just talk about yours and my. Well, actually, sorry, Sam. Do you think that I don't like. I didn't want to ignore you. I kind of like assumed your point here, but like, if I were like watching someone get murdered and I could easily stop it, do you think I'm like morally required to?
Is the person you're murdering? Ooh, actually, I can't say that. Yeah, that's bad.
Like, let's just say it's like I'm watching like just some guy and they like happen to across like a random toddler and they just start like stomping the toddler out.
Okay.
And I could be like, hey, knock it off. But I don't. I just kind of like, I just watch and eat popcorn instead. Do you think that I'm like obviously the guy's bad. The toddler's not bad, but am I bad?
You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna go out on a limb here. I'm gonna go out on all of my limbs, actually, and say that that is bad.
Yeah. Okay, I'm with you. Stay woke is with you. We all agree here. So unless you want to argue otherwise, stay woke, I think we should just assume that like that would be a bad thing to do. But that's what God is doing, right?
That's a bad thing. That is not what God is doing.
Oh,
God is not, he's not co-signing violence.
That wasn't part of the. I didn't say I was co-signing. I said just only watching and not stopping it.
Well, yeah, not co-signing, not condoning, not standing by, being useless, right? I mean, God. So when we go to the Bible,
so what does he do? Like when a murder's happening, what is he doing? What's his move?
So I don't know God's thoughts, right? I'm not God. I can only reference him in a biblical sense. So, like, I mean, if I'm trying to reference God, who is spirit, in a spiritual sense, in a biblical context, and if you like are not like accepting of God, or you don't accept him, you don't believe him, then it's like it's nothing I say is going to make sense. Nothing I say is going to make sense. You have to at least like have that
you're
belief.
right. I agree with that. Like, I don't see how you could make sense of like God watches a murder happen. He could stop it, but he doesn't stop it, and it's like somehow not like that. All of my senses say that's bad, but you're saying it's not bad, but you don't have an explanation as for how. So yeah, I agree that doesn't make sense. Is that what you're saying?
No, you're saying you're assigning like human traits and qualities to God, though as if God is down here with us with a human mind.
No, I'm not. I'm saying he's watching from heaven. Not. I didn't say he was like walking around down here. He's more powerful than I'm holding him to a higher standard because he's more powerful than this. I'm not required to stop all the murders, but he is. He can do it.
Right. And that was the case, I believe, before a fallen world, right? When things were perfect in the garden, everything was good. But in the fallen world, we have free will, we have sin.
Washed his hands clean from it, kind of.
I mean, not a whitewashing, or I'm sorry, not a hand washing or anything like that, but just, he's no longer, in my opinion, right? I don't have the mind of God. I mean, he's truly put man in charge. He's left this world over to, well, I mean, so it was one or the other, right? He turned us all into robots, mindless puppets.
Right? Well, why is that the dichotomy?
Well, that's what it is.
Don't you think we could have like non-murderous agents that still have other choices?
Enlighten me. Help me see where that is the case. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on.
We can still choose to believe in God or not. That's the most important one, right? Whether we like love God, that's like the main important one of free will, right?
Well, it's not just loving God, because I mean, by biblical standards, Lucifer is a god, and it's like, no, you don't want to love and serve the wrong God. You want to serve a honest God, a powerful God.
Right. So that's a great choice. Yeah, we could choose to serve other gods, but like, we could choose to serve no God. We'd have these choices, but we also wouldn't be able to murder anybody. Like, right. So we still have choices. We're not robots. We just aren't like murder bots either, right? Like
in a perfect world, yeah, where everyone's needs.
That's what I'm talking about. We have a perfect God who's in charge of this world, but he gave it up to non-perfect beings. That's not a perfect move. He fucked up.
He turned it over to non-perfect beings in order for his will to be done, right? Everything works together for his good in his kingdom. So I always like to say, like, I mean, we're playing checkers and God is a chess player. And if you don't understand chess moves, you're not going to, as a checkers player, you're just not going to comprehend.
Do you think he could enlighten us to chess?
I think
so that we would understand.
I personally think he's given us his word, and we are to enlighten ourselves. And we're supposed to do it through community, platforms like this.
You mean the Bible?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but the Bible says like he commands murders in the Bible, so it's like confusing, right? Like people are going to get that mixed up.
those are stories in the Bible that you can learn valuable lessons from, right? They're not stories that you don't have to go through the story.
But if the lesson is sometimes the right thing to do is murder, then it's like, is that the lesson? That's the moral of the story is sometimes that is the right thing to do. So then we can go do it. What? Like, why would that be the story? Why didn't he make a better story? Unless that is a story. If what you're saying is that he is he does want to enlighten us to understand his mind, and sometimes you gotta just slaughter children. That's why this story's in here. Then that would be the all good thing to do. But I'd have to I'd have to see justify that in some way, or
he hammers that lesson in a lot. There are 3 different times off the top of my head I can imagine where he gives us that same lesson multiple times. So it must be important.
Yeah. There's so many times. It's like
the lesson of what?
That unaliving people is the move, and that we should do it upon occasion.
Yeah, sometimes that's the right move.
No, I've never interpreted that in any scripture.
Really?
Not for my personal life, not for any religious group. I understand that those stories take place in the Bible, and they're there for our enrichment, for us to learn from, not for us to.
Right. What are you learning from a story where the story is God killed a bunch of people? What's the lesson that you get from that?
It depends on which story you're talking about. If you want to talk about the story of Noah, there was a fallen world. I mean, there was a world full of corrupt, and it says that God saw everyone's hearts were continually evil.
The wages of sin is death, right?
Can we do the Amalekite story, please, Mezzo?
Yeah, we can only do it once per night, though. So here we'll do the Amalekite story here.
Everyone, get cozy.
Tonight's nightly reading of the Amalekite story is brought to you by Diet Pepsi, big fans of genocides. Oh man, I'm gonna get in trouble for saying that.
Probably.
They keep telling me to stop saying that. You know about in 1 Samuel 15, right? Stay woke when the Amalekites thing happens.
Right. They were. Those were orders given by God to his warriors to, take prisoners of war and to exterminate, war times. Name one war story that sounds holy, right? Sounds like
right. That's what our point is why is this in here? Why you said that this book is here for lessons, and I want you to tell us what the lesson is. So this is the one where there aren't prisoners of war, by the way, in this one.
Everybody dies. Everyone.
So, but where is that story? Where is that story not heard in history? Period. It's just another story.
I don't know how that helps you, but what the point is that we're making is that if we are supposed to follow God's rules, and sometimes the rule is to kill people, and this is the enlightenment, like we were talking about how we can't know the mind of God, and you said, yeah, we have the book. This helps us know the mind of God. It helps us know what to do. It helps us understand these complex situations about whether or not we should stop a murder or not. And then we read this, and it's like sometimes we have to start a murder in God's name. So it's confusing more than it's helpful. But I said we were going to read it, so we got to read it. Samuel said to Saul, "Thus says the Lord of hosts, I will punish the Amalekites for what they did to the Israelites when they came up out of Egypt. Go and attack Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have. Do not spare them, but kill both man and woman, child and infant, ox and sheep, camel and donkey." I'm a really big fan of donkeys. I hate this verse. Genuinely a big donkey fan because they get a bad rap.
They do.
They're stereotypically stubborn. Not true. They're only stubborn because people make them do terrible work jobs. Here, carry all the stuff up a mountain. Fuck you. You carry. Of course I'm going to be stubborn. They're beautiful. They're so sweet. They're so sweet. They're so much they're better than horses. They're better than horses. Oh, great. Now Pepsi's out and the horses are out. Anyway, so they do it. Stay woke. They go kill all the babies and the children and all the people. They keep a couple of the the animals and they keep the king alive, and God is pissed. God is angry that they did. They said, I'm so glad you killed those babies, but I said everyone, so chop that man up. So they do. They chop the king up, and then they chop the animals up and burn everything or something like that. So we're looking to this book for guidance morally on what we're supposed to do. What do you think the lesson of this story might be?
As far as what, to what extent? I mean, there's a lot of lessons in that story. What's the obey God? That's definitely, the primary lesson God gave.
Even when he says to chop up infants, you still do it?
That was a story in that time for those people. God is not, I want to clarify, God is not telling anybody to do that. If anybody anymore, he's not telling, I can guarantee you.
So the lesson isn't to obey God. It's back then they were supposed to obey God.
Yep. That was the story. That was the story that we read and learned, that yes, they were given direct orders.
Do you think they did the right thing in obeying God that time?
Well, they didn't obey God. They didn't.
No, as far as the babies, as the infants, like they did chop them up and he did ask them to. Do you think that was the right move?
So you're understanding that they did not obey God because God was angry at them. He still punished them.
Okay.
Right?
I'm just talking about the infants. They did. Yeah. He did say chop up the infants. They did chop up the infants. Was that a good move for them to follow God's infant chopping command?
Me as a human looking at that, no. But interpreting the scripture,
did they do a good thing?
Yeah, they had to obey God, but they didn't fully obey God.
So while they're wiping infant blood off of their swords and shields, you're thinking that they're like, that was a good obeyment we just did. You think that was a good? God, I'm sorry to ask you the same question again, but like, are you sure?
I don't think that was a good thing. No, I mean, it's just a necessary thing.
Okay. Wait. Okay, wait. I'm sorry.
They did a bad thing for
So
God.
it was
go ahead,
bad, but it was also necessary. So it was necessary to slaughter the babies, not only just like slaughter them, but like with swords specifically. Like, I don't think we should be unaliving babies, period. But especially in such a violent, especially in such a violent way. Or like when it came to the Babylonians in Isaiah, where the infants were, quote, dashed to pieces and their wives were violated in broad daylight. Like, what lesson is there to be gleaned from like your wife being raped? Or like what
like some of this is just bad shit, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like what are you teaching the babies? They can't grow up to become people of God if God ordered for them to be turned into infantile kebabs. You know what I mean?
Here's the biggest part about this is that when we originally started on this, the whole point that Stay Woke was making is that God and commanded a terrible slaughter of the Amalekite infants, right? That was bad. So he did come intervene and put people to death. Okay, he did intervene and open the Red Sea. He did intervene and like send demons out of people who didn't ask for that. Like he infringed their free will, said demons out of this person, and the demons leave, and the person didn't ask for it. Okay, so he's happy to intervene. He's happy to infringe on free will, and yet these things happen today, and now he's done. Why did he stop?
So let me say this. I think it's really interesting because this is like a really crucial talking point for like the atheist lives is, the babies. And I'm just curious of the level of hypocrisy here. But if everyone's so concerned with, God and how he has conducted the unaliving of babies back in the Old Testament, is everybody here like pro-life and everybody here like for baby making? I mean, is that what the stance is ultimately? Like, let's boil it down quick.
So the Amalekite toddlers were like way past birth, right? So they were that was post birth. There was also like pregnant women there that they also like killed. You know, I think that's probably something that you would be upset with, right? Right.
Yeah, God also sanctioned an abortion before, so I don't know why we're...
Obviously, yeah.
God, of course, but like...
I'm a pro-choice person. I don't have a womb, so I kind of try to stay out of it. But I think if you're past a certain number of weeks where the baby could survive, then it's probably fine to like keep that baby alive.
Yeah, not all abortions are lethal. I think that lethal abortion is morally permissible up until about 25 weeks. After that, if there's going to be an abortion, it should be an induction, but I am pro-choice.
I love that. Yeah. So, and the goal of this is that more people have better lives, and we get to support like humans once they become like sustainable humans or something like that, right? So stay woke. Do you agree with that, or are you saying that we should kill babies and fetuses, or what's your stance? It doesn't matter.
And small children too, not just babies, also small children.
Yeah, toddlers.
So if I got it right, you say in modern times, I'm going to answer the question one word after I make sure I understand your position. You say in modern times, abortion is like, you know, contributing to a better life that we have, to humanity. It contributes to the...
It's a case by case basis. You'd have to say like which one. Yeah.
Exactly. I like that. We'll just keep it there then. It's case by case basis because I'm not going to.
So you agree with that? So you think that like some abortions are good and some baby choppings with swords were good?
Just keeping it to the baby subject, I believe, some abortions are necessary. It's not my place to say which one.
But toddlers too, like some toddlers need to be hacked for like the better good. That's like sometimes.
Yeah, like the already sentient, already like subjective experience, like already like the ones that have already been fully baked. Like sometimes we need to chop them up.
I mean, we're splitting hairs. We're talking about, you know, weeks versus months.
We're splitting toddlers, and you're avoiding the question. The question is, do you think that sometimes the right thing to do is to chop a toddler in half? And considering all of history, was that sometimes okay?
I mean, considering modern times, it's definitely okay. Like we're a pro-life type of culture. So yeah, I mean, if we do it now,
he must not have understood the question. He didn't just say that.
I suppose not.
There's no way that he just said that on purpose.
I suppose not. Okay, so what I'm hearing is that in modern times, I don't know why we keep making that distinction, but in modern times,
very important.
If God, it's not, because God's mind is unchanging according to himself.
That's not true.
Oh, I'm sorry. Should I pull out the verse?
Please.
Okay, lovely.
I'm going to disagree with this verse too, just so you know. I mean, I know the Bible says that, but I think it's such bullshit, right? Like there's no way. A mind unchanging means it's not a mind. I think minds are inherently changing. That's like part of being a mind is to like be part of time and to like process things, you know. Otherwise he's just like a memory bank of knowledge. Like he's a thumb
But that's not
drive.
the
Yeah, he has a mind. He's changing. Yeah. But Sam's going to read the Bible for us, so let's see.
Okay.
Do you need me to play the piano, Sam?
And so while she's pulling that scripture up, I mean, we read in the story of Jonah, long story short, God clearly changes his mind. I think it reads it out verbatim. He changes his mind. Like he has the ability to change his mind. I don't have the mind of God, but I do know that he has the ability and sovereignty to change his mind when he sees fit.
Did you get in trouble?
No, my phone died.
Oh.
I didn't realize my phone died.
I thought it was
right as I was about to read the verse is crazy work. But yeah, that's going to be Numbers 23:19, I believe.
Those aren't numbers, but which book?
So it's going to be
Such
book
a good
open
joke.
quotation.
Such a good joke.
Open quotation, Numbers close quotation, italicized 23:19. what's it called? God, I have this off the top of my head because I don't have my phone anymore, which is cute.
Let's see what page is that? 23.
But I think it's God is not a man. Something that he should lie. Oh, that he should lie.
God is not a human being that he should lie, or a mortal that he should change his mind. He has promised, and will he not do it? He has spoken, and will he not fulfill it? Yeah, that's a good contradiction. If he does change his mind, then this Numbers is wrong. But the Bible can't be wrong. That sucks.
Oof. Yeah.
This is the scripture?
Yep.
Yeah.
Do we feel that we have read that in context?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll just go back again to the story of Jonah. Like I said, long story short, I don't have it at the tip of my tongue.
Jonah or Job? Jonah with the
Jonah, the guy who got swallowed by the whale.
That didn't really happen though, right? You don't believe
Big fish, yeah. I mean, metaphorically, allegorically, or historically, in any event, the story ends off with saying, God changed his mind. He didn't bring down the fire and brimstone because they had repented.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
does Jonah get its own book? Is there a Jonah book? Yeah. When is that? Jonah. Where's my table of content? I don't know where it says that. Jonah is after Obadiah. Everyone likes that one. Obadiah. That's a good book. People love Obadiah. Ezekiel, Daniel, Joel, Jonah. All right, so it's at the end of the story. God said to Jonah, "Is it right for you to be angry about the bush?" And he said, "Yes, angry enough to die." Then the Lord said, "You are concerned about the bush for which you did not labor and which you did not grow. It came into being in a night and perished in a night. And I should not be concerned about Nineveh, the great city in which there are more than 100." I don't think that's the right part. Where does it say, the Lord God appointed a bush? Where does he change his mind here?
So in the story, and I'll try to find the scripture, the exact verse for it. But in the story, we know Jonah was sent to Nineveh to deliver a message. And again, long story short, he gets there, he delivers the message. They receive the message. They say, "Thank you, Jonah." There's a whole other story going on with Jonah. He did not want them to receive the message. He wanted God to bring down fire and brimstone.
Hell yeah.
But God changed his mind. He said, "Nah, they repented. They're good to go." He said, "I don't care what the problem is you got with them, Jonah. They're good with me." So
just like a human being would. Yeah. Weird contradiction for sure. Oh, someone says it's Jonah 3:10. Oh, I was right there too, and I missed it. Let's read it, and then we'll we probably won't talk to you for a whole lot longer, but let's see here. 3:10. When God saw what they did, how they turned from their evil ways, God changed his mind about the calamity that he had said he would bring upon them, and he did not do it. Excellent contradiction. Wow, God, that's really great.
I want to use that.
Yeah, that's perfect. So we have another biblical contradiction that says he can change his mind, says he can't change his mind. I think if he has a mind, you got to be able to change it. I don't think that you can call something a mind that doesn't change. That's my stance.
That's fair. That's fair to have. But I would encourage you, everywhere you feel there's a contradiction, to dig deeper in the text and find the context in which you are reading things in. It will reveal what it is.
No, that's still a contradiction. That doesn't change the fact that it's a contradiction. We just now know what verses to look to when we want to find a contradiction.
There's going to be contradictions. It's a long book. It's written by a whole bunch of people. They didn't all read each other's work and check up on stuff. Some people are going to say one thing, people are going to say another thing. It's going to get in the book like that. Under our view, this makes perfect sense. The more we look into it, the more our view stands out as most likely to be true, right? Fine, that's great. I'm down to dig deeper into it. I think every time I do that, I'm yeah, this seems more and more fake, obviously fake. So I'm into that. That sounds fine. But I don't see how any of this helps anything that we were talking about. We got a little bit off track there, but that was a fun contradiction to find. Stay woke. Did you have any other like last things you want to say? I have a few other people in the box, so I just want to kind of like move through them here.
Yeah. I mean, I think I can land my plane right here. This was nice. I mean, but I strongly encourage everyone to read their Bible for themselves and learn for themselves. That's all you need. You really don't need a lot. Just any translation.
Yeah, follow Joel Reed's Bible. He goes through the whole Bible chapter by chapter on YouTube. He'll help you read through it, and that's what I recommend. I don't read. I get to page 2 and a snake talks. I'm fucking out. I can't read the rest of it. But thanks for coming by. Stay woke. I appreciate you. Let's go. We got a few other guests in here. Now there was someone in the chat saying like, "Let me up, let me up, let me up." But who was that?
Reveal yourself.
Who wanted to come up? Sometimes, like, I feel like some people, like, as soon as they join, they click the button and then just go, "Let me up, let me up, let me up," and then you're like, like, hang on.
No patience.
What's up?
Hood, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
Yeah, I'm 21. I'm a Muslim.
All right, and where's your God now?
What do you mean by where? Like a specific place?
What's he doing? What's he up to? Why isn't he like reveal himself?
Yeah, so God doesn't have a day-to-day schedule like we humans do. He's beyond human comparison.
What's that like?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not God. Like, I'm not in his brain. I don't watch him, so I wouldn't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we don't. So the answer is we don't know. No idea.
Yeah,
not sure. Not sure where he is, what he's doing, or what he's up to, or why. Okay. Anything else?
So God has given us moral framework for us to follow to live a good, fulfilling life and to reach heaven.
Where did he give us that?
He gave it to us through the Quran and through the Sunnah and through the prophets, from Adam to Prophet Muhammad, where they preached the oneness of God.
Don't you think he could have chosen a better person to give us morals through?
No.
Than like pedophilic warlord?
Yeah, so Prophet Muhammad, by your own Western scholars, has been regarded as the greatest human to ever live. So, I mean, you can call it.
Can I get which source do you say that?
Yeah, so Michael H. Hart wrote a book on the
Who's that?
top. He's a Western scholar. He's very well respected.
Michael H. Hart.
Even if you go on Google and search up who's the most influential human of all time, it'll tell you it's Prophet Muhammad, and it tells him that he's the greatest man to ever live.
That's two different things. You said one was like he was the most good person, and then you said the most influential. Those aren't.
Yeah, he's the greatest human and greatest / influential human of all time.
But you're saying that like most Western scholars agree that he was just one of the best people.
I want to say most. I want to say most, but I think.
But one, Michael Hart.
Michael H. Hart. He's a very well-respected scholar. He wrote a book on the.
Okay, I'm just looking up Michael H. Hart. He's like an American astrophysicist.
Oh,
astrophysicist.
American astrophysicist, author, and white nationalist, Michael H. Hart.
Woo!
This is the guy you want to...
He and with the 5 other scholars wrote this book, ranking 100 most influential humans of all time. And you can check the description as to why he put Prophet Muhammad first. He's not even a Muslim. I think he's a Jewish person.
Wait, I'm sorry. So the white nationalist thinks Muhammad is good. Are we surprised?
I don't know. He was a white nationalist, but he wrote.
It says here that he proposed that we separate the United States into 4 big states: a white one, a black one, a Hispanic one, and then one integrated mixed-raced one. That was his move.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Do you want to maybe not listen to what this guy has to say?
Yeah, I don't know about that, but he did publish the book with 5 other scholars. So.
Okay, but he's a white supremacist, though.
Yeah, I don't know that, so I'm not gonna defend him or anything.
Yeah. Okay, so the ranking of the most influential persons in history was a 1970 book by the American white nationalist author Michael H. Hart, published by his father's publishing house. So he just his dad helped him make a book. And this racist guy's dad helped him print a book, and that's what we're taking this guy's word for it.
Yeah, I mean, when I read the story behind it, it was 5 scholars, and then they said in a room, and they were just trying to figure out who was the greatest / most influential people on earth and who contributed most to the world. And I mean, it's objectively true that it was Prophet Muhammad, because if you look at the Arabian Peninsula before him, they were all idol worshippers who had some insane pagan ritual which involved putting baby girls and then put them in a grave and then unaliving them while they were still alive. And they would also like have these rituals of fire and all these other things. So and this was a 1,000-year ritual. He converted them.
Just to be clear, the book that this racist guy printed was most influential. It's not saying the list of the best people, right?
Yeah, but you have to read the description.
Because he wasn't a great person. Like, he fucked a child. Like, he was a bad dude.
Who was a bad dude?
The Prophet Muhammad.
Yeah, so I'm being very respectful. So like, let's just show some respect.
That's just true, though. That's not. We're not trying to be disrespectful.
Okay, so
out of respect for the child, he was a piece of shit.
A quick question. So, do you know what the name of the Prophet's wife was when she was married to him?
Which one? He had several wives. Which one?
The one you were calling, the one that you're saying was a child.
The child wife? I don't know if they were all children, but I know Aisha was the youngest, right?
Yeah. So
like she was 18 when he died, so she never like became an adult by today's standards before.
Yeah, couple of things I want to point out. So Prophet Muhammad had like 9 wives and 2 concubines.
Let's put that on the check of like that's another piece of shit thing about.
Yeah, there's no issue with marrying multiple wives. And
why not?
What's the issue? You have to tell me what the issue is.
Go ahead. You're into polygamy?
Yeah, there's no issue with polygamy. It's actually good for society.
Wait, could the wives also have other husbands? Because like, I'm polyamorous. I think as long as all parties are consenting, that's fine. But do the rules apply for the women the same way?
No, there's a couple of issues if it was the other way around, and I can point them out.
Oh, okay. So yeah, that's evil.
Love this. I love how shitty you are. I love how shitty. Like no. Before you say it, I do want you to keep talking because you're like digging this great grave for yourself. Just for everyone listening, I don't think there's anyone listening who's like a Muslim person on the fence. So I'm not going to do this for so long. With Christianity, I do that because people come in here and they're kind of like, I'm deconstructing. I don't know what to do with my life. But when people are like that deep into Islam, they're just that deep into it, right? And so this is what it is. So I won't say that like for you people who are Christians on the fence, like Christianity is going to be better than what he's going to say right now. But keep in mind that the Bible book says a lot of the same stuff too. Okay, so HD, tell us why men can have multiple wives but women can't.
Yeah, so
and say as a religious person, here's why I think this.
Yeah, before I said that, you said Christianity is not the same. That's not true. Solomon had 300 wives. David had 18 wives. Polygamy was a thing in the Bible.
You weren't listening to me. I was saying the Christianity today doesn't represent those same values, but the book does say to do the same things. Yes.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, I can start with a very simple one. Right now, with developed science, we can tell a lot of things through biology and science. Mm-hmm. But back then, you would not be able to tell who's the child father if a woman married like 4 guys. There was no hospitals for you to actually check that. That would be a big issue because we lived in a monarchy society, and that would lead to all sort of issues when it comes to like dying, leaving well, and all these other things. That's a simple one. We can get to all the other ones too.
Wait, so why does that make it okay for men and not women?
Yeah. Okay. Let me take this approach. So back then there was a lot of wars.
Oh, you're just saying other things. So do you think right now polygamy is okay?
Yeah, even right now it's okay, and I have other reasons
for it. But for men and not for women, right?
Yes.
So I'm not talking about that back then. Right now, why do men get the privilege and women don't?
Yeah, because in Islam, a man is obligated to work and financially provide for his wife, and the wife is not obligated to that. Let me just finish, and I'll tell you why that makes sense.
I want you to finish because like this is so disgusting. It just makes you look horrible. I love it. Keep going.
When you finish, Mezzo, can I please have the privilege of responding first?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So let me just make the argument.
Please go on. Yes.
Yeah. So Islamically speaking, men are obligated to financially provide and protect their wives and children. Women are not.
women, even if they work, their money is their own. They don't have to contribute anything to their family. Meaning, if a woman were to take 4 husbands, then she would have to take responsibility for the finance and children because she has 4 husbands. So it's not going to make sense when it comes to providing. And also, when it comes to husbands, there's a lot of strict obligation on this. Not all people can actually marry more than one wife because this was mostly for widow women. So I mean, it doesn't really apply in today's world unless like you're a really rich guy.
Sorry, just to be clear, you're saying some men it's not okay for them, but for all women it's not okay.
For a lot of men, it's not okay to marry more than one wife, but for all women, it's not okay.
Okay, great. Okay, Sam, go ahead.
Right. Okay. So, number one, my friend Ems, who is very well studied in Islam, I think he should come up. Ems, if you're cool with that. Mezzo, if you're cool.
Ems wants to come up, but like I'd rather just handle it. To be honest, I love Ems. You're fantastic, but like it turns into a whole Islam thing. I don't want to do this for very long. I just want to hear Sam say the thing, and we're gonna move on because.
Okay, Pierre.
And also, you guys are
like no one's here going like, oh, what's wrong with it? Like no one's like, why is that? What is this going to be like? We all so clearly see how horrific it is. So like, go ahead, Sam, do your thing, and then we'll just
just one last point.
Nope, I mean, go ahead, Sam's turn. Yeah, I know, like you don't like letting women go, but it's her turn.
Yeah, I mean that's the pretty racist. You're saying that because I'm a Muslim.
Yeah. What? No, he's saying that because you're a misogynistic man. Anyway, also Muslim's not a race. Anyway, it's really interesting that you say that like men are financially obligated and women aren't. Thus, men should, as in like ought, have multiple wives. That's really weird because in the event a woman did want to be with multiple husbands and she did want to help provide, would this not just be a good thing for the children that they would have or for themselves, that they would all just have shared income? And also, why should men get to decide what women are and are not allowed to do because of a standard that they set for themselves? What sense does that make? Women didn't say be the provider. Men said that.
That was like the best part of it is like, well, the reason that there's this terrible misogynistic rule is because of this other terrible misogynistic rule. See, now it all makes sense. Like you just doubled down and made it worse. Like it's a joke of an argument. It's a disgusting religion and you should be ashamed to be a part of it. HD, I don't want to hear anything else you have to say.
Yeah,
I think unless you want to apologize, are you going to apologize or no?
Apologize for my religion? Never. My religion is the truth.
Okay. I'm going to move on then, but thank you so much. I'm happy to like just be done with that.
You will not be missed.
Fucking nasty.
Gross.
Oh, it's one of the worst ones, right?
Really? It really is.
Keep in mind that like he was trying to say, here's why this misogynistic type of polygamy is okay, in order to say why it was okay that he married a 6-year-old. So everything about it was disgusting and horrible, and that guy sucked, and so does his religion. Now, there are people, I have talked to people who are of, the Islamic creed. Can I say that? Is that the right way to use that word?
I have no idea.
That are like, no, I don't think that that's what happened, but if it did, then that's fucking terrible, and he would be awful for it. So like that's a better stance. If you're like, yeah, no way, but like, right? So that's fine. There's ways out of it where you just are like, yeah, this is the religion of peace. That's better than that. But that guy didn't have it, and we're probably gonna. I imagine we're gonna get in trouble pretty soon because I bet he's probably like reporting. What's your name? Verum. Welcome in. What's your age and religion?
Oh, I'm 38. And I believe in the Bible. I believe in Jesus as my savior. I'm a Christian. I believe he is, God, fully God.
Okay. And what do you think he's up to now?
Well, he's working in multiple, if there's really is 2 billion Christians, which I think not all of them are probably real Christians, he's working in the hearts of
probably
all
just
those
like
people.
10, right?
Maybe, who knows? But I doubt that. Since there's like a multitude beyond counting in the Bible, it talks about of all races and tribes and nations singing glory to the Father in heaven. So I really doubt that. But God the Father, obviously in a different whatever you want to call it, dimension outside of time, outside of our universe creation. He's always seen our time constrained things. So when you say where, you also have to consider that God's outside of time. So it's a hard thing for us to fathom. That God
I don't understand this outside of time. People keep saying that. Like, that doesn't make sense. Does that just mean he's frozen? He can't do anything?
Frozen would consider like there's a frozen time, but without time is a very difficult thing to grasp, I think, for just anybody. It doesn't matter who it is. Even if you're the most outstanding astrophysicist who can explain why the universe, time, space, and matter is all related, to suggest no time is a hard thing. But we do know it is relative, right? Because we can go and see the, obviously gravity effects. We can put an atomic clock atop of a mountain and see the difference between it higher and lower on our planet, right? So
I understand that dilation, but you're saying he's outside of all of that. He has no time dilation.
Yeah. That's
But can he change and move?
Can he change and move? God's not going to change, but he can. Yeah, I mean, obviously he's spirit, right?
That's what
so
I mean.
Spirit. You're putting like a comparison to our physical understanding of move and change.
Yes.
When God,
so he
when
can't
God
do
does
all the
things,
same stuff that we do.
It's not something that we can compare to physical things. So yeah,
that's what I mean. So there's a lot of things he can't do because he's outside.
Well,
of time.
It's not that he doesn't have the power to do like a really powerful thing. It's just he has a character which he can't go outside of, right? Because that's what it is, and those things are just.
He has a what?
So he has a character besides. So there's good and evil, right? So good is what God did intend. Evil is what God did not intend. So there's things that God, just because of his character, who he is, he cannot do, right? It's not that he doesn't have all power, but there's just certain things like the constant things that people bring up. Can God make a rock so heavy that he himself can't lift it, right? That would be outside of God's character to do something like that.
Sure,
right?
that's outside of my character too, right?
Yeah, me too. Yeah, me too.
So, so can he cut a cat's head off just for fun?
No, he wouldn't do that. That's outside his character.
But that's something I can do.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So there's some powers I can do that God can't do.
Well, if he's judging the world like he did, during the global flood, then I'm sure he killed lots of animals, right? So he can.
Was that fun for him?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think that's a very sorrowful thing. He said he was regretful and sorrowful.
So, he doesn't have that. So there's some things that some humans can do that, God is incapable of, right?
Well, just because you can do something evil doesn't mean that you're more powerful than God, right?
Well, just in that one act.
That wouldn't be power. That's how you decide to define power.
He can't.
If in your world you define power by evil, then that's what it is. But that's not how. It's ultimately the creator who defines what.
No one's saying they're more powerful than God.
Well, you just did. You just did say that in that instance.
There's some things that I can do that he can't do.
Yeah, but you said in that instance he would be more powerful, right? Or the person would be, hypothetically.
Just in that one, if that one particular act is the only thing we're measuring.
But who defines power in that instance, right?
I'm not using the word power. You keep using it.
Well, yeah, no, you did. You did right there. You said, in that instance, that person would be, right? So
they win the act of who can do the act. Yeah. They win the contest, right?
I don't know what the contest would be.
Who's cut off a cat's head and laugh about it?
I don't know who would laugh about it. Yeah, somebody evil, obviously.
Sure,
God would laugh about it. Yeah,
that's all I'm saying is that there's this weird thing where do you think he's omnipotent, like all powerful still?
I do think that, yeah.
But he's limited to his nature, right?
He's limited to good, right? Things that are good, right?
Yeah.
So that's what would be defined to what it is. So anything outside of that, would that be considered powerful? If you're doing evil things, you're destroying things, really. You're bringing a destruction to things that were good.
It could be.
That really wouldn't be power.
Like the atomic bomb was really powerful. Did a lot of damage.
Mm-hmm. But if it's an evil thing destroying something, if there's an intention for it, if there's a judgment, sure. But if there's an evil thing that is beyond God's, and it's not what God's intention is, then that wouldn't be considered power. Because if he's the ultimate lawgiver,
powerful things if they're good.
Say that again. Because
he can only do powerful things if they're good. His omnibenevolence ranks higher as more important than his omnipotence.
Good power is defined by good, right?
No, wait, what do you mean?
So if it ultimately is powerful, if he's the ultimate creator of everything, right? And if you consider this strength, right? So some angels, this is a good example. Some angels rebelled, right? Obviously, but they lost in the rebellion and they were thrown down, right?
You're changing topics
I'm just trying to
snapping up fast all over the place.
This is an obscure topic, but sure.
So what I'm saying is like, you think he's omnipotent and omnibenevolent, like all powerful and all good, but his all goodness ranks higher, right? Like it supersedes his powerfulness because that limits him. Like that's more important of a trait for God, right? This isn't like some trap.
Well,
just, like,
you put the thing on their limit. There wouldn't be in most people's frameworks of understanding of God and from the Bible a limit, because doing evil is necessarily like a thing that destroys things, right? Evil is always a destruction of what the intention was.
Like, can he sin?
Can God sin? No, because it's outside of his, like,
Right, so
God is what he is.
Doesn't destroy it.
Well, yeah, so the intention, right? The intention is always what God's plan is, right? So if sin does things, it goes against what God's plan is. So again, good is what God intended, evil is what God did not intend. So if there's things that are separating God from his creation, which that's initially what sin was, it separated God from his creation because he's a holy God. It separated him from his creation. Then obviously that would not be considered,
Then he can,
powerful.
so he can destroy something if it's good to destroy it, right?
Well, yeah, if good again is defined by God's will. So everybody has their own definition of good.
That's fine. You're like going down things that are like.
Well, it has to be talked about, right? Because
he can destroy things that, according to his will, are good. Like as long as it's good to him to destroy it. Okay, right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay, there we go. So it's interesting though, just to me, that like that supersedes that there's things that he's limited by his other constraints, right? So like when
I wouldn't say limit. I wouldn't put limit. Like
I would, when we say things like omni and we're and all, and we're using, it feels like we're making God bigger. It feels like we're adding more and more to his infinite power, but they limit them. It's like the end of Aladdin. I talk about this a lot, how it's like the end of Aladdin, where Jafar is like, make me a genie, and he becomes the most powerful thing, but also comes with limitations. When you say he's all good, that means you just made a list of a ton of things.
Well, that's not really a good analogy. First off, it's a cartoon, and so a genie, and it's making wishes, and on this earth, God created everything. Yeah, I mean, not really. But again, it's just like as far as he's held prisoner to like a lamp. God's not held prisoner to anything. God, the goods is what, like, all the amazing things in life that we love. Evil is what we can all agree was pretty bad, and somebody might love evil temporarily, right? And then they don't understand what the damage is because they don't know their spiritual existence, right? They're just aware of the physical.
No idea what you're talking about right now.
That's okay, but if you're just aware of the physical, you're not going to understand what good is, right? If you're just aware of the physical, you're not going to understand what your purpose is and what good is.
What are you responding to right now, though?
Like, I'm responding to you in what good is and what evil is and what restraining God, because God, you're saying God.
I just said it's whatever God thinks is good.
Yeah, if God is truly limited in his power because he can't do evil, right, then that is not really a limitation, because evil is all the things that destroy, all the things that don't go away from your purpose. It's not really a limit in power.
Well, is he still omnipotent?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't see how, if there's things he can't do.
Yeah, but that's from your perspective, where evil is something that, from your perspective, I know you think a lot of evil things may be okay because you don't understand them. I don't
talking
know
about
for sure.
what
I don't
God
know you.
thinks is evil. Can we just agree that for this conversation, when we say good and evil, we mean what God thinks is evil and what God thinks is good?
Sure.
Okay, so from now on, when I say good or evil, I mean what God thinks is good and what God thinks is evil. That way we don't have to like...
Can you stop being
that's not like, that's just the conversation.
Sorry, what's that, Sam?
Why are you being such an asshole?
Well, I'm not trying to be. I'm trying to like keep up
you,
with...
Mezzo.
Oh, I don't think he's being... He's just talking really fast to like dodge the main point, I think.
Well,
I was just trying to point in. I don't know how long I have to talk.
He's just like over talking you and being all loud and kind of obnoxious, low key.
Am I loud?
It's really
I'm really talking
weird.
quiet.
No, you are right now, but every time Mezzo says something and you want to say something instead, you just say what you're saying louder. And it's really hard to
I'll take that into account. Okay.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second. Justo did great. One person had to wanted to come up real quick. Sorry about this. I don't know who this person is.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Justo, what do you have? Do you have to say something? Why are you trying to hurry up here?
No, I just got just a little quick situation. Like when we talking about, like, I understand.
I don't know who you are though. Like, what, do I know you? Are we friends?
Oh no, we're not friends. We're not friends. I just I agree with the conversation that you're having with Big Guy, And
you agree with me or with him?
No, I agree with you. I agree with everything that you're saying.
I'll take it then. If you agree with everything I'm going to say, then I'll just say it, and then you can like listen, because otherwise we're going to speak over each other. So yeah, that's
Yes, sir.
easier. Sorry about that. I thought like he was in the chat like, hey, let me up, and I'm like, there's
It's
a
your
line.
line, yeah.
There's a line.
Whatever you want to talk about.
Anyways, okay, so my thing is like, if omnipotence, to me, I would think omnipotence means nothing is outside of your nature. But you've limited omnipotence to only be able to do
I've not
things.
done that.
Oh, do you think he can do things outside of his nature?
No, the Bible says these things, right?
Okay, but do you think that he can do things outside of his nature?
So he wouldn't be capable of doing it because he's good, right? So then he therefore wouldn't be a holy God, right? So it just would break it.
Right,
Like, this is a pretty basic
so
concept.
the omnipotent is a weird word for it, right? Because I'm the same way. Like, do you think I'm omnipotent?
Well, so you got to find the exact word for omnipotent in the Bible, because you're not going to find omnipotent, but he is all powerful. So people make this word like he's just all powerful in the sense they can do, but it always
He can't do whatever he wants.
It is always in the context. Yeah, he can do whatever he wants for sure. He can do whatever he wants, but he can't do what's evil,
limited
because all he wants is good. Yeah, that's not the right way. You wouldn't want to phrase it that way, because obviously he's going to do what he wants, and that's always going to be good. And he
I
doesn't
guess that's
change his
true.
mind.
Like,
He doesn't
we
change
all
what good
kind of
is.
do what we want. That's kind of true, I think. But like, you're saying that he can only want good things. But are the good things whatever he decides?
No, that doesn't change, right? His who he is,
So
and what
there's
good
some
is.
like
stays the
greater
same.
good over him that he like follows the rules of, and then he only wants to do the things of those good things.
No, it's not over him for sure. He is what he is. That's his being, and so what his being is defines what good is, right? Yeah.
Oh, okay. So he could want to, like, use grape as a punishment for somebody, and then that would be like, all right, that was the good thing to do. God wanted it.
He wouldn't. There might be people who decide to do that, but that's not the punishment. He wouldn't put that punishment.
Why not?
For somebody? Because obviously that goes against his intention, right? He wants love and wants people to have loving relationships where there is, actual love and not things as grape.
Right, but what about that one time that he like did it though?
Well, I mean, yeah, in the Bible he did do that for sure.
What do you mean? Like, when the Israelites or the Hebrews came into Israel and there's a judgment put upon
No.
Canaanites and.
No, I'm talking about the who's he talking to? Babylon here? Let's read it. Just like kind of a weird example, but in Jeremiah he's threatening these people.
What verse?
I'm in chapter 13, and we'll start at around. Let's start at 20. Lift up your eyes and see those who come from the north. Where is the flock that was given you, your beautiful flock? What will you say when they set as head over you, those whom you have trained to be your allies? Will not pangs seize you like those of a woman in labor? And just to be clear, this is, earlier we have, thus says the Lord, the God of Israel. So this is God talking throughout this thing. And if you say in your heart, why have these things come upon me? It is for the greatness of your iniquity that your skirts are lifted up and you are violated. Okay, that's a very clear what we're talking about here, right? So that's
So is this a metaphor? Is this something? What?
He's saying he's going
to read the context here. Sorry, I was in Isaiah before. I was reading the wrong part. Hear the Lord spoken.
Jeremiah 13:22.
Yeah.
Oh, Jeremiah 13. Oh, that's a whole other instance where he Oh, okay. I didn't know he did it multiple times.
Say to the king, the queen, the mother, take a lowly seat, for your beautiful crown is coming. And lift up your eyes and see those who come from the north, of the flock that was given you, your beautiful flock. Where does it say, thus says the Lord? Is it at the very beginning? Like in the very beginning?
It's at around verse 12.
12. All right.
And 15.
Yeah, that says the Lord, the God of Israel, every jar shall be filled like a wine, and then it stops right there at the quote.
Yeah, it says it again at 15.
Okay.
The Lord has spoken.
Yeah, so 15, hear and give ear and be not proud, for the Lord has spoken. Is it talking about what's before it? Or does it say right there? Okay. And then if you go down to the verse...
this is not God talking?
No, I'm just trying to make sure I have the context. I'm not trying to disagree with anything you're saying, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So if you say in your heart, why have these things come upon me? It is for the greatness of your iniquity that your skirts have been lifted up and you suffer violence. Can the Ethiopians...
You suffer violence? Which version are you reading?
This is, so English Standard Version, the NASB, and the LSB are the most accurate English translations.
I have the NRSV UE. Okay.
That's like a previous version, right? So the Revised Standard Version, that's from
it's a UE. It's a
90s. Yeah, they updated that one too, but it's not quite up to, word for word. But I think it's still a pretty good
This is
translation.
2022.
Yeah, they went a different line there was a different group that went with a different line, I think with the new revised.
Yeah.
But
either one sounds pretty obvious what we're talking about, right?
Yes, I'm trying to understand the context. Like, is he actually saying that these people are getting raped? I mean, is he talking metaphorically? I have to read through it. I haven't read through Jeremiah in a while.
It sounds to me like he's saying, this is what's about to happen to you. Your skirts are going to be lifted up and you're going to be, raped, and it's going to be because of your inequities.
Yeah, so I will schedule
while that's happening to you, remember why, is what he says.
Is God actually going to make them like chaff and driven by the winds of the desert? So there's a lot of metaphor in this. I will lift up your skirts over your face. There's a lot of allegory here. And shame will be seen. I'm continuing down in 26 and 27. I've seen your abominations, your adulteries, your names, your lewd whorings, and the hills of Jerusalem. Woe to you, O Jerusalem! Right. So I think there's a lot of allegories here. Yeah.
So they weren't really doing adultery, or
well, I bet you. So what you can do in Hebrew is you could look at the subject, verb, object orientation and find out what's being metaphor, or you look for literary references. So in this case, I would want to look at the verb, subject, object. Is this being metaphorical? And I will look for literary.
So it's just that he's like threatening with grape, but he's not actually going to do it.
Yeah, I think this is just basically talking about, I mean, obviously, I will lift up your skirts up your face and your shame will be seen. This is, and then in that instance, and you will suffer violence. Your skirts will be lifted up and you will suffer violence. That's not specifically talking about grape. Like right there, I would think like that seems like it could be, but it's not really properly defined. It obviously,
it's for sure like a sexual assault. Right.
Yeah, like, the skirts lifted up, it would seem so from that perspective. But in terms,
so threatening sexual assault, as long as you don't actually do it, is still within the realm of okay thing.
But it's not. But in this case, it's a metaphor, right? It's
it's like to metaphorically say, like,
so he's not actually.
And later he says, like, I'm not actually gonna do it, right? But they,
but he's not actually.
That they would have thought maybe he was really gonna do it.
But your contention was that he was actually using our grape as a punishment.
I'm trying to be as generous. I think he was. I think it's very clear, and I think that you're weaseling to try to make this look better because you know it's gross. But I think that even if you weasel, and I'm super generous to the weasel, it still sucks.
I'm not trying to weasel, but it could be when
it still sucks, though, right?
It does, yeah. I think.
Don't you wish God didn't say that?
What we could is Jeremiah. It could be talking about obviously what is coming in Babylon, which I would reference, and that obviously probably what did happen to those people, which was horrible. If
this verse said, "Because of your iniquities, I will send people over to treat you with kindness and love and compassion, so that you may see how kindness feels, and you will learn to be kind." Would you go like, that's just allegory? He's not really going to, like, you only claim allegory when it's terrible. Like, it's so obvious that you're like, well, now it's a bad thing, so I have to figure out how to.
I'm not denying what you're saying, because obviously the people who take over a kingdom, and if they're from obviously a tribe that's, does what they do, child sacrifices the surrounding tribes of Canaan, then this most likely will be a consequence. You're correct. So this punishment, this horrible punishment is something that was allowed to happen by God. He's not, obviously doing the individual choices to do this. But in this case, it could be. I think you might be right that that's something that did happen as a punishment, which is horrible. But God's not actually, saying, yeah, go do this. He's just allowing the country to be taken over, and that is a consequence. Those
that
horrible
sucks too,
people.
for sure. Yeah, like it's
for sure,
not good. Like none of it in any way remotely resembles like the loving, compassionate action, right?
Well, yeah,
like, let's go help these people. Yeah.
So you can see instances where God does do actions, or He just allows actions to happen, right? Those are two different things.
Right, but he's still taking joyful credit. He's bragging about it, right? Like
I wouldn't say joyful. There's no joy in here, right? God's not joyful in any of this. He has a heart and desires Israel to fall, but out of
I'm so sorry.
Only a few
I'm so
of the
sorry
kings
that
followed
I'm
him.
going to lift up your skirts and cover and it's just over your head, and everyone's going to see your naked shame. I'm so sorry. I don't want to do it. It does not sound like that.
Yeah, I mean,
like, come on.
This just happens to be what the punishment. I myself will lift up skirts over your face, and your shame will be seen. So your shame of all your sins will be seen, right? I think that's that in itself. Because you look at the rest of it, the chaff will be. I will scatter you like chaff, right? Driven by the wind of the desert. Like they're not actually chaff. There's just allegoric there, right? Obviously, there's certain things, and you have to try to put it into context. Let me see the reference here. Yeah. If you say in your heart, why these things come upon me, for it's the greatness of your iniquity, right? That's the same, yeah.
Yeah, look, I mean, this is one instance of many, right? Like there's lots of times.
Which other ones?
You can see I have a bunch of tabs in my Bible. These are all the times that God is a dick, right? So
okay, that's dick is like your definition of whatever that is.
No,
right?
Sure. Obviously, you're going to say that these are all good things, but you're going to say like, yeah, that's a hard read. But
I don't know. You have to give me the reference. I don't know.
Do you want me to read through all of them?
Well, just pick your favorites. Pick whichever favorite you want.
Sure. Well, just all the point that I'm making is that like this is one like thing that maybe you can weasel out of. Maybe you can weasel out of every single one, and then eventually like. The majority.
Well, I'm not going to weasel at anything. I'm just going to give my opinion, right? So weasel is kind of a derogatory thing to say, but
I think
I'll give my
I
opinion.
think that what you're doing is lowly.
Well, that's why I'm using that prerogative. I think you're probably used to talking to people on here.
You don't have to tell me that my
lowly.
opinion is my opinion. I'm telling you that.
Would you call anybody who believes in the Bible, who gives their opinion that they believe in the Bible, a lowly weasel?
No, I just think when it's something where it's like so clearly a disgusting verse.
Well, yeah,
like
you made it clear in your mind.
So, Varum, do you want me to like answer, or do you want to talk, or like whose turn is it? You can go ahead.
I just said one thing. It's yours.
Yeah, go ahead. I couldn't hear you.
No, so you made it true in your mind, right? So that's what it is. So what it is constant with our minds is we make things true in our mind. I have to be careful of that I'm constantly listening to people like you who have a different opinion, taking everything you're saying in, be like, okay, yeah, that's a reasonable point. I could see where somebody could believe in that. But I have to take everything that I've learned in my life, why I trust the Bible, all the archaeological evidence, all the scientific evidence, everything that makes me trust in the Bible. And I have to like take your like references and what the Bible has changed in my life, what God has done in my life, obviously, and then you have all the things that have happened in your life. We have our different perspectives. That's the truth, right? We have the reasons why we believe what we believe, and we're going to read into certain things. A verse, for instance, take it out of context, or you could read the whole thing. I like how you have tabs in your Bible that shows that you're actually reading it and trying to find the truth, which is a great thing. But I wonder, how you're reading it. That's my own version of whatever, of what would be the difference between you and me. How are we reading it is always going to be the difference, right? With the intention.
Sure. Okay. So here's a verse in Deuteronomy where this isn't God talking, and we assume it's Moses talking, who knew God really well. But it does mention that just as the Lord took delight in making you prosperous and numerous, so the Lord will take delight in bringing you to ruin and destruction. You'll be plucked off the land you are entering to possess. So this is just a little hint of a notice that like sometimes he does.
So what verse is it?
Deuteronomy 28, around 63, I think it is. Just a little, I'm cherry picking that verse, but there's a little hint that sometimes he does, unless Moses was wrong, which I think Moses was. I think Moses was totally incorrect. But that sometimes, if Moses was right, God takes delight in destroying things and stuff.
Yeah, because what they're doing is evil, right? So if they're talking about Israel,
that's what I said before, and you said he doesn't take delight in it, though.
Well, no, I don't. So just destroying is one thing, right? People's suffering, I think that's obviously a very tough thing. I think that God ultimately doesn't want people to suffer, but the destruction of things is kind of like what it is.
Yeah, it's fun, right?
Yeah, I don't know. He doesn't say it's fun, and
he takes delight in it.
Delight in eliminating evil is one thing, right? So I don't think God took delight in the Israelites betraying him, and then to the point where he had to have this happen.
Why does
to him.
he always do it in such horrific ways? Like,
Not always.
Why
Obviously,
not snap his fingers and just make the Amalekites disappear from the face of the earth? Why does he have to send someone to sword them up? Why does he have to send bears to maul children? Why does he have to do the skirt thing? We're like, why is it always so human?
Yeah, I think there is a reference there to just basically we have to be able to look at it and see if we can this is what happens if you don't follow the Lord. Obviously, the judgment's done, but then there's a whole segment of it where it's just these people are doing what their own individual wills want. God's allowing their wills to take over and do judgment, right? So there's all this horrible things that are done by people who are already evil, doing these judgments upon Israel, right? And these are the things that are happening. But then the destruction of what they're actually doing, because they have these temples filled with all these things, the destruction of their temples, which I'm talking about the Israelites, their temples are filled with Asherah poles and all kinds of different things that are very horrible that God doesn't like. And they're being destroyed. And God's going to be okay with.
What was that word?
I'm sorry. I'm reading some context, and it seems like this is the punishment for not following his commandments.
Which one?
Yeah.
If we go to 58, I mean, you can read further up. It's just a long explanation of what happens to you if you don't follow his commandments.
In what 58? Sorry, I don't know what book you're in.
Oh, Deuteronomy.
If you're not careful to do all the words of this law that are written in this book.
I'm just going to mute him so you can. Sorry, I don't mind him interrupting me, but not Sam. Go ahead, Sam.
Thank you. But also, like, no offense, V. It's just I was reading. Apologies. If you're not careful to do all the words of this law that are written in this book, that you may fear this glorious and awesome name, the Lord your God, then the Lord will bring on you and your offspring extraordinary afflictions severe and lasting, and sickness grievous and lasting. And he will bring upon you again all the diseases of Egypt of which you were afraid, and they shall cling to you. Every sickness also and every affliction that is not recorded in the book of this law, the Lord will bring upon you until you are destroyed. Whereas you were as numerous as the stars of heaven, you shall be left few in number, because you did not obey the voice of the Lord your God. And as the Lord took delight in doing you good and multiplying you, so the Lord will take delight in bringing ruin upon you and destroying you. And you shall be plucked off the land that you are entering to take possession of.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of sick. I'm not gonna lie.
Judgment is what a judgment is. It's a horrible thing from our purview, right?
Yes, I think that's the point that we're making, is that from our point of view, this all just seems like so bad, and we're trying to see, like, how could we see this any other way, you know? But
well, yeah, you would just have to follow God, understand who God is, that He is a loving God, and that we are all of us are worthy of judgment, destruction, because we already have the death curse upon us, right? All of us already are worthy of death. And that's a hard thing for humans in our society, where everybody's telling us that we're good. We're basically good people. We're constantly fed this, and this is the definition of good, that you just have to kind of do these general good things. But that's not how God defines good. And that's a big difference in terms of how the world sees things and how God sees things, because God is the definition of good, which is hard for us as humans and what we want to accept. But that's, if He's the creator of all things, and He's actually loving, because we don't talk about the loving thing God does. Like, He comes down here in human form, and He's serving us. He's washing the poo off of His disciples' feet. He's here, like, you know, doing loving, amazing things. This is the same God of the universe who did all these judgments, right? But now He's brought us under the second covenant, and the law, which you're talking about right there, Sam, is basically a tough thing on people. It's a hard, and the Bible says as such in Hebrew, if the first law was perfect, there'd be no need for a second. But the first law is a burden upon people. It's a hard thing.
This is an interesting verse I found in Amos. I was trying to find something while Sam was reading here about, like, where God is kind of like bragging about it, like this taking delight thing. And there's some other, like, you know, hints of this throughout the thing, where it just like the rhetoric that's used, like the way there's when they do exclamation points and stuff, which I don't know if that was from the original Hebrew, but it feels like a war cry of pride. But I never read Amos, and I think a lot of people don't. It's not a great book, but there's some interesting.
About a year for me. It's been about a year for me. I haven't read that like in a year. So
yeah, there's some interesting stuff in here that I've never read, and so we're going into a unread territory here. All right, folks. So be careful. We might all become Christian. This is dangerous here. Okay. So the Lord is He calls them cows. Hear this word, you cows of Bashan, who are on Mount Samaria, who oppress the poor, who crush the needy, who say to their husbands, "Bring me something to drink." He's calling these women cows. Which is kind of like weird for like obvious reasons. But he's saying, like, I've done all these things for you, and yet you did not return to me. He's like complaining, like, I gave you cleanliness of your teeth in all your cities and lack of bread in all your places, yet you did not return to me. I also withheld the rain from you. Like he's saying, here's these powerful things I did, and yet you did not return to me. I struck you with blight and mildew. I laid waste your gardens and your vineyards. The locust devoured your fig trees and your olive trees, yet you did not return to me, says the Lord. I sent among you a pestilence after the manner of Egypt. I killed your young men with the sword. I carried away your horses, and I made the stench of your camp go up into your nostrils, and yet you did not return to me. What the fuck is happening here? Of course they didn't return to you. You seem like a jerk.
Well, from that perspective, just in that, trying to say that, yeah, he's doing horrible things, but from that perspective, God has them under the law, right? So if you have a law, any law anywhere, there needs to be punishment, right? You would agree. If you want to enforce a law,
killing the young men and horses and like sending out plagues and stuff.
And that's
right?
judgment. If you look at the biblical perspective, everybody's worthy of death.
Yeah,
right?
Hate it. I think it's a bad perspective. I don't.
That
think
that is the worldly perspective, right?
And I think, I think that we could probably do better, right? Like we could probably come up with a better God now than this terrible one. I don't know. That's just my opinion.
Well, if God was invented, sure,
wrong.
but he's not.
Yeah, but that's the weird thing. So, like, if you think that this stuff is bad, how are you going to say that you think God is?
I don't think it's bad.
Then why are you defending it?
What do you mean?
Why are you trying to be like, well, no, it's not that. It's okay because of this. It's okay. Like, just say that this stuff was good. So,
what do you mean? Judgment is a sad
chopping up
thing.
children was the good thing to do.
Well, again,
killing the guy for picking up sticks on the Sabbath.
I'm assuming
was
talking about the Amalekites.
Every time it happens throughout the book.
Yeah. So again, judgment is what it is. I mean, nobody ever talks about the flood or like he killed me on the life. Sorry, everybody on Earth, right?
That sucks. We talk about that often. It was a bad move.
Okay. That's good.
You think that was a good thing to do?
No, I think that's a sad state of affairs. But in destroying
genocide?
evil, what?
Like global genocide is the only way out? He has
I mean, I don't
he has
think
to kill all
any-
the raccoons too? Like this is
any person. Well, he didn't unalive all of them. I mean, obviously, he preserved the two, like to start everything over again. Which, if he's starting everything over, that's his. He has the authority over life.
No,
and
that's
death.
why. Like, if I cut your arm off, I didn't cut them all off. It's fine. Like, what do you? What do you like? Actually, like you're saying things that then you're like, well, that doesn't actually make a difference or not. Like you're just interrupting to interrupt and to like avoid the point. He killed most of the raccoons. Is that what you want me to say?
Yeah, that's a not a good thing that everybody had to be unalived, right? But that's the decision we made, right? This is the punishment if you want to enforce something, and we're already under.
Did the people on the
penalty
other
of death.
side of the world who were partaking in sins know the laws of God?
Well, that's another question. You want me to?
That's the question right now. Did they know the laws and consequences of God?
If you read in Scripture, right, God has appointed a time for them. So there is a time where if he forgives ignorance. So God does forgive ignorance for a time. Do you not know that Scripture?
No.
Acts 17.
But so that's after the flood. Was that like how it used to be also?
Yeah, because he knows where people are in their regions. Before that, though,
Let's see what it says. Acts 17.
Humans weren't probably that far and wide, but
What
17
verse,
what?
if you know?
probably I haven't looked at it well. 17:9 probably. Let me see.
17:9. Okay, so this says Paul. The people. No.
Let me see. It's probably
Do you
further
know-
down.
Do you know a word that is specifically in there so we can maybe control F?
Why? I have the Bible.
It's closer to the end of 17, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it's when he's addressing the Arabigus. So
We are his offspring, not
So
to think that
verse
deity is like gold or silver or
20
stone. Oh, 22?
22, yeah. Go
I
down
see how
there.
extremely spiritual you are in every way. I went through the city, objects of worship, found among them the altar inscription, the unknown God, therefore worship is unknown. The God who made the world and everything, the Lord of heaven, there is no served by human hands, as though he needed anything, since himself to the mortals life breathes all things. From one ancestor he made all peoples. They would search for God, perhaps fumble about, find him, though indeed he is not far from one of us, for in him we live and move and have our being. Yeah, what's it kind of say?
I'll find it for you. Hold on. Moving hands. We're indeed his offspring. So verse 30.
Oh, okay. I'll do 29. Since we are God's offspring, we ought not to think that the deity is like gold or silver or stone, an image formed by the art and imagination of mortals. While God has overlooked the times of human ignorance, now he commands all people everywhere to repent, because he has fixed a day on which he will have the world judged in righteousness by a man whom he has appointed, and on this he has given assurance to all by raising him from the dead. Okay, so what you're saying is that God overlooked the times of human ignorance. That means that back then, during the flood, on the other like side of the world, there's someone maybe living in like what is now Mexico, right? And they are sinning, but they don't know it because they don't know the laws. God has given his laws to like someone on the other side of the world. They don't know what the laws are. They're doing their own thing. And so they're sinning away, and a flood comes and they drowned to death. Them and all their animals. Like they probably see their children drown first, and then they drown. And you're saying that God is ignoring their ignorance in that case? Shouldn't he have not drowned them?
There's from scripture, from like Deuteronomy, Isaiah, we have, what people call the age of accountability, but there's the mindset of accountability. There's that first. Then there's also this mindset of, how is somebody going to, and it's addressed further in this. Paul does address the idea.
Do you remember what the question I just asked was, though?
I do, but I'm trying to like get to the point where the ignorance, right? I do remember what the question was.
Okay.
But there's two aspects of it here you have to look at when you talk about this, is that because you talked about children there being unalive. They get to go home to wherever to be Lord because they're not accountable, right? But in terms of like the people who do have this accountability, because it does say elsewhere in 17 in Acts that eventually you have no excuse. There's enough evidence there, right? Or this is in Romans, I believe. There's no excuse. People don't have any excuse.
Sure, now we've had Jesus. There's all this other stuff. There's the Bible. We have this stuff. But that's not at all what I was talking about. So like, did you want to make your way back to the question?
Yeah, I was going to finish.
Cool, yeah, go ahead. And then you don't have to like say all the other stuff. You can just kind of respond to the one thing.
Okay, sure. When people are doing evil, it is already just you're just to be unalived. That's what it is, and that's all of us, right? We're already born with a sinful nature, right? Then once we get past that mindset of accountability, we're already all justified in being unalived.
Okay. So wait a minute, but he overlooked the times of human ignorance. What does it mean to overlook? He didn't he drowned them.
Yeah, so judging by we are spirit, are we humans only flesh? No, we're not. So in terms of the judgment of where we end up walking with God, when they are presented the opportunity, I don't know what that looks like exactly. The Bible doesn't tell us what the seat of judgment looks like and who's brought. Everybody's obviously brought there, but we don't get the exact perspective of that. So the times of, I think God does, because he is just, and our idea of fairness is convoluted by our worldly views. When you talk about what's just,
I have no idea what you're talking about. Like you have the weirdest answers. Like you spiral off. Like
you're looking at it just as if it's flesh. Okay, yeah, we lost our bodies.
No, okay. There are soulful humans in what is now Mexico, and they're minding their business, sinning away, but they don't know it. God drowns them.
First off,
is he drowning them or is he overlooking them?
It wouldn't be Mexico back then, but anyways.
I know. That's why I said it's modern. What is now modern day Mexico? They used to call it something else.
It would be Pangea, because like the Bible says, there's only.
It's not Pangea. Pangea.
Yeah, the Bible is the only reference which says all land is in one place, and then
when do you think Pangea happened? Don't pivot. Hold on. That was like the dumbest science claim ever, and everyone's going to laugh at you. No,
you're not.
Everyone laugh in chat, but like go back to the point. Stop trying to like just laugh in chat. We're not going to laugh up here. Okay.
I mean,
did he overlook their sins or not?
No, in terms of flesh and this world, no, obviously not. The judgment's
okay,
done,
so he didn't overlook. Did he overlook their soulful sins? Like, did he send them to heaven? Is that what you mean?
Yeah. So sins are reflected in the soul, right? Everything that happens to your flesh is attached to your soul.
Stop rambling, dude.
That's not rambling.
Did he overlook
I'm literally answering your question.
Did he let them go to heaven?
Do you just want yes or no to everything?
Yes.
Well, this is not a court case. Is this a courtroom? How can you understand somebody's perspective?
Yes, you're under oath right now.
How could you understand somebody's perspective if you just ask yes or no?
I will ask you when I'm unclear of your perspective, but when you ramble nonsensically, I don't gain your perspective.
But that's just what you want to say nonsensically, but it doesn't mean it's nonsensical. If you want to define
off-topically.
Sure. That's it.
Sure.
Again, your purview. That's your purview,
So
but I could be on
Is
topic.
the story that you're suggesting that he saw that people were sinning and he drowned them for it and then let them go to heaven?
Depending on the sin, right? Obviously, they're sinning, and what God's judgment is God's judgment. So faith is how you measure in the past. If you read through Hebrews, faith is how everybody's measured for the past, right?
So then the story's a lie, because the story is everyone was sinning so bad that we had to drown everybody. But now
How
you're
is it a
saying
lie?
that some of the people were bad enough that they had to be drowned and go to hell, and some people were just sinning a little
everybody
bit,
was
so
bad
we're going to
enough.
drown them and go to heaven.
Everybody was bad enough.
And oh my God, dude, stop talking. Holy shit. Such an annoying. We've been talking to him for way too long, anyways. But I think probably with the Pangea line, we can probably just move on, right, Sam? That was too good.
Right.
And I know you said laugh in chat, but I couldn't hold it. I'm not.
Yeah,
gonna
do
lie.
a few laughs up here. It's fine. That was hilarious.
I mean, I am a scientist.
Oh, that's so cool. Unreal.
Turn your degree in. Surrender that hoe. Please.
Either. When is it? 400 million years ago?
Quite some time. I don't know the exact time, but it's definitely not 6 to 10K.
A little less. So between 335 million to 200 million years ago is when it was still sort of together. So either Noah lived, was like a proto hominid, you know what I mean?
I guess.
Super, not even oh man, even it would have.
Man's was barely multicellular, barely.
Yeah. No, he would have been a rodentia type of creature for sure.
Oh, ew. Okay.
Yeah. So Noah was a squeaking monkey person, and then
a conscious one.
Yep, and then and then all the people drowned, and the went to, I guess then they wouldn't be on the other side of the world. So then just this side of the world floods, and then they break apart. Beautiful. Or that all happened, 6,000 years ago, and the evidence is all laughably just wrong somehow, because God's been trying
Also,
to
what
trick
did he mean when you said modern day Mexico, and then he said but that's Pangea. But Pangea was the whole thing. So is he saying that Mexico is actually the entire
No,
world?
obviously, Sam, please don't be ridiculous.
Yeah.
Obviously, what he was trying to say is
Blah.
that the people indigenous to the area of what is now called Mexico used to
Yeah.
call their land Pangea. That was the name they used for it.
Oh,
That's what he was correct me saying. Those people, the Mayans, they called it Pangea. That's
I
what
see.
he was saying. Yeah.
Right.
That was
Right.
the Mayan word for it was
Period. Thank
Pangea.
you.
Yeah. El Pangea. Someone said it in chat. That is so uncalled for. Boofy, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
I am 20 years old and I'm a Catholic.
That's awesome, dude. You're probably going to be our last guest. Did you want to talk about this topic or something else?
Well, yeah, wait, where is your God now? What does that
just
mean? Put that in context too.
Yeah, where is this guy? We don't see him anywhere. He doesn't seem to be active at all. There's all this activity in the Old Testament where he's revealing himself and showing himself and doing these fire from the sky acts, and now it's nothing. What's going on? Where are you at?
Okay, so isn't that the word faith, doesn't that derive from the idea of not knowing whether or not God exists?
Let's look up the etymology of faith. Etymology of faith.
Well, to have faith is to believe something that you're not sure is true, so
Fides. Fides. Trust, faith, confidence. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, I mean, you don't have to look it up, but I'm just saying, do you agree that faith, the word faith is, I guess, confidence in something that you don't really have proof for, but you still believe?
It's like when you believe something that you probably don't have any evidence for that's like really reliable. Like it's just like blindly believing something without without having any good reason to.
Okay, so why do you have a problem with people having faith in Jesus Christ?
Well, what do you mean?
Like, it seems like you have a problem with it.
Oh, I just am asking like what, like I don't think the God is real. So, we're kind of pointing that out to people. Obviously, as you know, like people are being tricked by this every day. And I was tricked by it too. I was duped by it. And so I'm trying to help people like get away from the religion and find their way to like a better sense of reality.
So you think people who religion isn't that bad, right?
I think so, yeah.
Like in the modern day, or for like everything?
Yeah, I think I've heard this word used for it, and I think it's perfect. I didn't come up with this, but like think of like a appendix, like a vestigial organ, where it's like there was a time early on as we were like growing as a civilization or a species where maybe it served some sort of a value because people didn't know how to like act, or people didn't know what caused storms, and they didn't have the answers for it, and that it will eat away at you when what you should be doing is like plowing the field or plowing your wife or whatever.
Okay, so it's in that bad. So what would you say about like...
The point is that now we've grown out of it. We should be like, all right, it's time to move on from this. Let's just use science and reality and philosophy, stuff like that.
Okay, so what do you... If you think it's a net bad, what do you think about like African to Asian trade routes where Muslims would spread their religion to like the Somali and people of India? Like, do you think that was a good thing to do? That people were part of the Muslim religion it's incentivized to spread their religion, so that incentivized people to go on trade routes to other countries, and it actually turned out to be really good. There ended up being a lot of technological innovation to travel across seas, and a lot of innovation.
Oh, sure.
From
I see what you're saying.
exchange.
Yeah, like the kind of thing that like leads to colonialization and stuff like that. Like I know that there's like you can look back over history and see like there was a lot of bad stuff and some good stuff that came out of this. But like what I'm talking about is moving forward. Like we can learn from that now and go, okay, now we can learn how to like do the trade routes without the like the preaching, right? Like it's time to move past it.
So you're talking about just like modern day, it's a bad thing.
Yeah, let's go. Let's move forward. Let's grow out of this together.
Okay, so why do you
change the past?
Okay, but you you can acknowledge that there is at least a hint of beneficial, like it can be beneficial in modern day because it was beneficial before.
Maybe. Do you have an example?
Like modern day, well, I could say that it gives a lot of people hope, and I'd also say that
from what?
Well, a lot of people are poor and they don't have much going for them, and they look forward to going to church every Sunday, and it develops a sense of community. We're social creatures.
I think we should do that just without living the lie. I think we should say like, hey, it'd be really nice to all get together. Let's have a barbecue, and we don't have to like believe the lie. While we're together, be like, hey, how do we deal with this poverty problem? Let's work on this together. And instead of just going like, God's got us, we don't gotta do nothing. God's got us.
Oh, literally, yeah. I was gonna say, hope for what? Like, what will the poor people be hoping for? I assume they will be hoping for a life without poverty. But if they're going to church for that hope, then that means that they're asking God to take them out of poverty. And when that doesn't happen, then what?
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm saying a fundamental part of the Bible, I don't know about other religions, is hope. So like, it's not really the main incentive for people to have money or have what they want. It's more to be a good person to your neighbors, which, that sounds good to me. I don't know why.
I'm
living a lie. That's being the primary goal of the Bible. The way I view it is to be nice to your neighbors, and live a good life morally. And I don't understand how you could see that as living a lie and how that's bad for the
So when you think about like all the things that you're listing that like religion brings of value are the non-supernatural things. It's just humans being nice to each other. I think we should keep doing that part. I don't think we should keep depending on the miracles because those don't work. I don't think we should keep like teaching people that there's an afterlife because that leads them to not be as like concerned with the pre-afterlife, which is that's what we're in right now. We're in the pre-afterlife, right? So like I think that like the reason you see so many Christians like deny things like climate change is because we kind of don't give a fuck about this world. I was the same way when I was a Christian. I was like, this is nice and all, and I like the natural wonders of Earth and stuff, but it just doesn't matter that much. The more important thing is the future, you know.
Okay, so if you're involved in that, I guess, psychology or sociology of it, then why are you supportive of this and not like other things that could be beneficial to things now? Like, I guess the idea of communism could be better for net good for people who live in this world now. You know what I mean? Like, if you think about it that way, why don't you advocate for that?
Why don't I advocate for communism?
Well, okay, here's the thing. Why don't you advocate for, never mind communism, but policy or anything that could make a positive change now? Like, why are you advocating against Christianity?
I absolutely do. I've been in the halls of Congress. I've like talked to congressional leaders personally and like advocated for like things that I believe in.
Are those things that you believe in for the beneficial
of humankind? Yeah.
Okay, but if specifically like the life people live now,
yes.
Like
well, and for like the future generations on Earth, yeah.
Okay. Well, okay. I guess how can you explain that? You know, from now to today, like it seems pretty obvious how people could be like, oh yeah, God isn't real nowadays. Like he doesn't show up. Like, don't you think that's too obvious? Do you not think that humans have the, I guess, hereditary gene to worship a god? Does that not, do you ever think about that? Like, why do we have this trait that's been passed down every culture?
I think it's just indoctrination. Right. Like
it's every culture and every country all across the world.
Right. But like, so I haven't taught my kids to believe in it. I've taught them about religion. I'll say, well, some people think it's this. I get them books, like children's books about like, this is what Christianity is. This is what Islam is. I introduce them to all of it, but they're, and one of them's kind of like, oh, that's interesting. And the other one's like, I don't buy any of this shit.
Okay. So you're using
so Goofy, hold on. What I'm saying is that I don't think that this is genetic. This is taught. This is a taught thing. This is nurture, not nature.
Okay. So you are using your individual experience to undermine the very general reality that every culture across the world has worshipped a god. And that
they've all been teaching religion, right? Is there a culture that you can point to that hasn't been teaching religion to see if they come up?
How could there possibly be a gene for something socially constructed? What does that even mean?
Well, why does every race of human in every culture worship a god?
Because all of us are curious. That's what we do have. We do have curiosity.
Yeah, I think it's very likely that like humans are predisposed to like make up stories. Like totally. That's something that like you believe in. You would agree with that because you think all the other religions are wrong and they made up stories, right?
I don't necessarily believe that.
Oh my god.
You don't think other religions are? You don't think there's any false religions?
Like lies?
No, just that they're looking around and they're like, hey, there's a rain coming. What the hell is that? And they make up a story about it. And all that they do is like personify nature, right? They do it to animals too, like animism, right?
Yeah. So if you take that to modern day standards in the modern day way of thinking, why would anyone believe in God nowadays? Like, obviously, you know, that makes no sense. Why is there still so many people? I think it's because we inherently have a gene that worships. We have
which gene is it?
You can look it up. You were looking up stuff earlier? Yeah, look it up.
What is the gene that
human worshipping gene
makes humans worship a god?
Sure.
Worship God. Okay. While the God gene hypothesis proposes a link between a specific gene and spirituality, the scientific evidence supporting its claim remains limited and controversial. This is about something else. This is some other nonsense. The God gene hypothesis that someone tried to come up with. Spirituality is influenced by heredity. Oh, there it is. Maybe this is it. Human spirituality is influenced by heredity, and that a specific gene called the vesicular monoamine transporter 2, or VMAT2, predisposes humans towards spiritual or mystic experiences. This idea has been proposed by Dean Hamer in the 2004 book called The God Gene, How Faith is Hardwired into Our Genes. This is interesting. Is this what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So are you like denying, like, what do you think is the reason for that?
Okay.
No,
So
this is the tiger
you're not saying that like we have a gene that causes us to believe in religion. You're saying that there's a gene that leaves us vulnerable to religion.
What? No, I'm saying that there's a gene that where humans inherently worship a god.
Okay, so what it seems like this is saying is that there is a gene that makes you more likely, and this is a possibility, that it makes you more likely or predisposed to experiencing what you believe to be spiritual experiences in a similar way that people with like right temporal lobe epilepsy are more likely to experience hyper-religiosity than other people. Like, it's not that you're actually having these experiences, but that you are more likely to think that you are. You're more likely to engage in religion.
Well, what's the difference? Do you know the difference between thinking that it is or if it actually is?
Yeah.
How do you know? Like, who are you to say that that's...
Yeah, like if someone thinks unicorns are real, it doesn't make them real.
All right, but can you prove God isn't real?
Sorry, like absolutely we can get into that, but that's just, you were asking about what the difference of that is. That's a big pivot. I want to
Okay, yeah, but I'm
thing you brought up. Well, I'll disprove God in a minute. Yeah, we'll do that for sure.
All
But let's do the gene thing, because I've never heard of this. This is awesome. This is a cool thing to look up.
This is cool.
All right, so here's the scientific response. It basically says that in the brain, the VMAT2 proteins are located on synaptic vesicles, and so they transport monoamine neurotransmitter from one thing to another. And a developmental biologist says that it's a pump, a teeny tiny pump responsible for packaging a neurotransmitter for export during brain activity. Yes, it's important, and it may even be active and necessary during higher order processing like religious thought. But one thing it isn't is a God gene. And then Carl Zimmer, who maybe you've heard of, says it can be characterized as a gene that accounts for less than 1% of the variance of self-transcendent scores. These can signify anything from belonging to the Green Party to believing in ESP. Zimmer also points out that the God gene theory is based on only one unpublished, unreplicated study. Okay, so there's like a pretty controversial thing to bring up there, but what it seems that is that Sam is right, is like this is part of what we're seeing, not all of it, but it's a tiny part of something that might like fire off as active when we are like forming a belief or forming a worldview or something like that. It doesn't necessarily tie into theism or a god. It can be for other things as well, right? And I think that like, by the way, believing in God, like, it totally makes evolutionary sense. Like, I think that would get wired in, right? Like, I don't think that's what this is exactly, but I think just as a social construct to say, like, you know, when we're in small groups and small tribes, like you like always please the tribe. So if the tribe is going that way, people are gonna like be kicked out if they're like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? Right? But if they're like, yeah, sure, whatever you say, then they're gonna be like, okay, you're with me. Right? So just like very obviously that like the humans being prone to like believe what an authority says makes sense. That is a proven thing, right? So whatever the authority says, we're gonna kind of, you know, copy.
So, okay, what's we've known about why clouds exist, why it rains for thousands, for like so long. What's the evolutionary value of that then?
Of knowing.
If of the gene, what's the pro of knowing that? If we already know that, oh, the clouds come from this, if volcanoes happen because of this for thousands of years, why would we evolve to still have this gene?
Oh, it takes way more than a few thousand years to like get rid of genes, but also like no, we haven't. Like, when did we learn about like the water cycle?
Probably a long time ago. Probably like a very long time ago. We did another search on that.
Yeah, I mean, unless it's like several 100,000 years ago, 1580.
Yeah, that's not.
It's a couple hundred years. I feel like that's enough time to evolve it out.
No, bro, no.
Oh, absolutely not.
Yeah, no.
Absolutely not. No.
Wait, why are you so definitive on that point?
It's just not how like.
That's not how evolution works.
Yeah, it's just it doesn't work at that scale. That scale.
Humans are afraid of guns. I guess genetically now, right?
No.
Are you afraid of guns? I feel like I am. If I see a gun, I feel like it's scary.
I am, yeah, because that's evidence based.
The word. You're gonna want to stop.
Yeah,
we're almost done.
That we've already evolved to be scared of guns. Like what?
No, we haven't. We aren't involved. We're scared of loud noises. We're scared of dying. Loud noises and death have been around for a lot longer than guns.
You're just like dodging it. You're just like dodging it. I feel.
You're dodging guns?
Dodging what?
No, because I'm saying
we have not evolved to be scared of guns. Babies are not scared of guns. Infants are not scared of guns.
Sure about that?
Yes. You can point a gun right in a baby's face and it'll try to suck on it like it's a tit. You can point a gun right at a baby's face and it'll try to suck on it like it's a titty. I just wanted to get a clean take of that because I want to use that in the clip.
Okay, you could put a baby next to a lion. It would probably think it's a house cat, if it's not growling at him.
Maybe not. The teeth and faces is something that have been around for a lot longer, and they might actually like sense some fear.
Maybe this is all something we could look up, but I don't really know about that.
Well, I'll just run a test.
Everything that is like a large, like a popular belief or something that humans experience often, you think there is a particular gene for every single one of those experiences?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that throughout every culture, there's been a worshiping of God in every single culture.
You said we evolved to be scared of pew-pews. So you think that there's like, right, so what gene do you think is responsible specifically for us? That's what that means, though.
Have you heard that, Boofy? Is that something? Because like you introduced me to the God gene. You cooked me on that. Like you were right. There was a name for it. Is this a true thing also? Is this another thing that I'm going to be surprised is I'm going to look up and be like, it turns out humans are naturally
okay, does it have to be... All right.
Or did you just make it up?
No, I did do research on this and I wrote a paper when I was in high school about it. But
well, let's look up your paper, okay.
All right, yeah, look up...
genetically...
Look up Miss Hirsch's Beams class.
Okay.
Genetically? I'm not saying... All right, whatever.
That's what evolution means. That's what that means.
It says there's no single fear of guns gene. Humans have a genetic predisposition to fear certain threats, and guns can be a trigger for that fear, especially if they are perceived danger. However, this fear isn't inherently programmed, and other factors like individual experiences, cultural influences, and personal beliefs play the significant role. So that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, I am scared. Like, honestly, when I'm just like at taco time and a cop comes in and you can like see it on their hip, I'm like, ugh. Like, I don't like it. It makes me so uncomfortable. I'm such a like fucking wimp when it comes to like people who hold steel. I don't like it. I don't like I have friends. I have friends honestly who like people even on this app and stuff, and they like go to gun ranges and stuff, and like it just makes me so uncomfortable. Like they do your thing. Like it's me. I'm a total snowflake. Like I'm such a like weirdo. Like I'm just like ugh. I don't like it. And I grew up like my dad hunts. Like I grew up around him. Like I it wasn't anything like I grew up around him. It was just like I don't like it. There's something about it. Yeah.
Okay,
so I'm impressed with your point here, but it's because I've heard them, I've fired them, I've like seen them do damage.
Okay.
It's
All right,
that
here's
fear.
the point I'm making though.
Yeah.
So you're saying that you feel that way, right? So do you think that eventually, as guns become more prevalent, do you think that people who are more scared of guns are gonna pass down their traits to their kids, and then they're gonna be more scared of guns genetically? And do you think in the future we will evolve to be more scared of guns because the people who aren't scared of guns die, right?
Yeah, like here's the only way that could work.
Wait,
maybe
that's literally just evolution.
Yeah, Boofy.
It's just evolution.
Boofy. Yeah. So here's how that could work, I think. And I'm not a evolutionary biologist like anymore, but the only way I could see that working is like if there was like some sort of a predisposition to like maybe, like how do you say it? Tryptophobia. People don't like when there's like holes in things.
Oh, trypophobia, yeah.
Is that what it is, right? And so like people who have like really severe cases of that even the end of a gun makes them go like, ugh, I don't like that, right? And so they're not liking it for some reason like that. And so they have this natural distaste for that shape. And then that also works in their favor that they survive more. And so they fuck more and they breed off. Now we're past like natural selection because we've like ascended into artificial selection. We choose who we fuck. So it's like evolution is going to work differently now. Some things are going to work faster. Some are going to be slower. Boofy, I'm explaining it.
Oh, I'm just saying eventually though.
Hello.
Eventually I'm going to get to finish my point or what?
Okay. All right.
Sorry. Locust, did you want to say something?
Yeah. Sorry. I just wanted to see if I could engage with the prompt.
Well, how old are you?
I'm 25.
Oh, okay. We were talking about like being scared of guns genetically. Is that what you want to talk about or something else?
I'll jump in on it really quick.
All right. Well, let me just finish my point. Yeah, maybe that's something that could happen over time, but it would be like hundreds of thousands of years ago. And what would happen is that by then the actual guns would look so different that we would be scared of like antiques. Right, so you wouldn't even like, you know what I mean? Like it'd be. Yeah. So
you walk into the thrift store, you're like, oh.
What's overcoming me? Yeah, I don't know. But like, there is a thing though. Like, I went to a nature center recently, and they have like a grizzly bear. So yeah, hold on. Yeah, let me.
This is the conversation, and it's your fault. So you're gonna cope.
I did walk into a nature center recently, and they had like a bear on display, and even though it was like in the glass, but it's like, in this pose, and when you get up close to it, like you feel the shivers go down your spine. Like it is a natural, like the hairs, if I had hair, were like rising to like look bigger. I was like in a fight or flight, even though I know it's stuffed. That's a leftover evolutionary reaction. It absolutely is. Absolutely is. Wokest, go ahead, take it away. Talk about something way better than this, please.
Okay. I just wanted to ask, what do you mean by the prompt? Where is your God now?
Yeah, like, in the story, he's all over the place. He's raining fire down from heaven. He's like sending people to be killed and making bread float up out of the ground. And now there's nothing. Like, it just seems like this guy's made up.
But I'm not a biblical scholar, but it's my understanding that there's no new revelation to be had. So the time of plagues and miracles is just kind of over until the end days.
Why?
Because he's given us the requisite information we needed. Like back before, earlier you guys were talking about the age of the earth and the age of the Bible. It's not really relevant because the Bible's not specific to history. There's scholars who will argue 4,000, 6,000, whatever. Yeah. It's not really relevant.
Not even remotely close. Yeah.
Sure. But so those older cultures would have no way of knowing what was biblical because the Bible wasn't written yet. So God would do things like inspire through the Holy Spirit or pass down judgment on things we should know are wrong, like essay, things like that. So it's just they didn't have prerequisite information, so the hand was harder. They got the stick. Now we have information, so we get the honey.
Is that like you mean pussy?
No, the stick and the honey.
We're gonna get pussy.
Because the stick isn't the.
We're
like
gonna
a
get
dick.
put. We're gonna get pussy.
The honey is like
We're
the.
we're gonna get
Oh, so
cock.
they used to get beat, and now they get the sweet.
Yeah.
That's a better rhyme. You should say they used to get the beat.
We're beating the pussy up.
Yeah, I would. They used to beat the up. Now they sweet the sweet up.
Oh yeah, we used to beat the sweet up.
It's like with when you're raising a child, when they're little, you might be aggressive with your words, you might raise your voice, or even pretend to threaten them, because they only understand so many things. You can't explain to them the nuance of a situation. But as an adult, I'm not going to tell you 3 times. You're just going to go to jail. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's just not true. Like as adults, we give people like as many chances as we can. Like the just thing to do is to be like, you're innocent until you're proven guilty. We're going to try and sort this out and figure out what really happened.
Right. And you get an entire life of sins and retribution and people interacting on you. Like you get a chance from God too. It's not a perfect 1-to-1. I'm just explaining why you wouldn't see miracles or destruction in today's time.
This is a good explanation as to like why he used to be so horrible, like why he was so awful to people, like all the atrocities of the Old Testament. Why he's like, you know what? You didn't listen to me. I'm going to kill 70,000 people. Like to us now, that's like, what the fuck? Like what the fuck?
It's
but
easy.
But you're saying back then because we were like children, that kind of makes sense to do it to us because we didn't know as much, so it was okay to kill us.
Well, I mean, you can say it hyperbolically, but you have to think about it from a few different levels, right? As the creator of everything, if you don't do what I say, I am allowed to do to you what I want.
I disagree with that. I don't think that creating the universe gives you the right to kill people.
What if you in your being are what is good? Like good doesn't exist without you. Then everything without you is bad.
Everything about me is bad?
No, everything without you is bad.
Oh, without
because
you.
in the Christian purview, God is the good. He is literally defined as the being of good. So to be evil would to be everything against God.
Right,
I understand if that were true, I know you don't believe that, but if that were true, would you agree that being has the right to end whatever life they think is wrong?
I don't think so. I don't think that like that makes sense to me, because ending the life is supposed to be the bad thing. So it doesn't make sense to be like, hey, you're not doing good, so I'm going to do something bad too.
No. It's
maybe I said that weird. Maybe I phrased that weird. I don't know if that makes sense.
It's what we expect from people on a micro level, right? Is like, I'm not going to live in a society if he can steal from me and nothing bad happens to him, right? It's that feeling towards justice that people crave justice, because to do something wrong to somebody is to be wrong cosmically.
Right, so when do we get justice against God?
Well, for what?
For all the like slaughters and deaths that he does, all the times that he like lets babies die of cancer and doesn't give us the cure when he knows it. When do we get to be like, hey, fuck you, dude?
Well,
hand it down or fuck off? And we get to like, do we get to punch him in heaven?
It's not his fault. God,
But like, what about all the times where he specifically says that he's doing it?
well, I don't know about any time he specifically gave a baby cancer, but yeah, like I said, if God is the only being who has the authority of what is life, what isn't life, what I can and cannot get rid of. Like he is the authority. If you believe in the God, if you can argue,
but why? Why is he the authority? Did he declare that?
Because he is what's good. Good doesn't exist without him. When he created,
he declare that,
or
or is like goodness like supersedes him and
the
he's
religion
following
doesn't make sense otherwise. So it's a
listen to the question.
Religion.
Is it the case that goodness supersedes him and he acts perfectly in accordance with all of it, or is it just whatever he says is good, even if it sounds bad to us?
Nothing supersedes him, and okay. I guess by that,
if he said, "Hey, tomorrow the new rule is every time you see a baby, bonk its head off with a rusty pipe." And then just like shove the pipe up your own butt a bunch of times, that would be good. Even though that feels bad to us, that would be good. I know he's not. Do you think he would do that?
No. And the issue with the question is that it is the same as asking, what if Le Flippadoo fire tomorrow's sun?
I understand it doesn't make sense, right? But why not?
Right?
It's because
because the nature of God is good, and the nature
those are bad things, right?
The nature is logical, it is good, and it is defined.
I understand. So lopping off infants' heads with a pipe is a bad thing, right?
With reckless abandon, yes.
But yeah, but only because he didn't say to do it. If he said to do it, then it would
have to be rusty.
Well, I mixed metaphors because Joel does a rusty pipe one that involves a grape, but I realized I didn't want to grape the kids with the pipe, so we're just hitting their heads off. But maybe just in case they survive, they get tetanus.
It's ridiculous.
But Wokus, the reason that's bad isn't because it's bad. It's because God hadn't said it's good.
Well, the
reason
you
it's
argue
bad
the
is
entire
because-
construct of morality?
Goofy, are you still here? I thought you left.
Yes, he's been here the entire
I actually muted myself. But wouldn't you argue that the entire construct of morality is based off what God said? So even suggesting that is like false, because what you're basing it off, whether it's wrong or good, is based off what God said is good.
But that's what I'm saying. So like,
this is
there
actually a
are
very good
times that
point.
it's surprising, right? Like when you read
This
the
is
Bible.
actually- Hold on. This is actually
no.
a
Hold
really
on.
good
Listen.
point.
Stop. The point Boofy interrupted, not me. The point I'm making is that there are times in the Bible where it's like that's for sure bad. Oh, but God said it. Now it's good. He surprises us
Where?
sometimes, right?
Where?
Like when he said to slaughter the Amalekites, when he kills 70,000 people of David's men, even though they didn't do shit, like they did nothing, and he kills them. To us, that's like, ugh. But God said it, so it must be okay.
Or like when he cursed, when he said that, we just read it, so crazy word, because we were talking about giving kids cancer. He was like, if you don't follow my commandments, I'm going to give you and your offspring a slurry of severe disease.
All right, that's not the point. Is not the punishment, the morality of the punishment. The point is the morality of what he's doing.
No, I am talking about. I think that in order to be all good and all just, punishment plays into that. And if you're doing like overly severe punishments, it's not good. Yeah, I think that's a perfectly valid thing to talk about in this.
I think it's very easy to say that this one thing, based off of the limited information about the event we have, that it was all bad because this thing happened. But it's very possible that it happened. Like most of the things that God did was happening to wicked people, right. And it's largely hypothesized that the reason that bad things happen to children in these societies is because they will grow up and try to avenge their fathers or revive said cultures, and removing the child returns them to the heaven of God because they've done nothing wrong.
You're saying remove, but you mean chop their head off, right?
I mean, I don't think specifically
with a sword?
how it happens matters, but I mean, if it was painless,
I think it does.
I think if it was painless, why not?
Wokest, wow. Why not chop kids' heads off as long as it's painless? Is that what you just said?
No. If it is the case that the child will not be raised within their own culture because the culture had to be removed, and you don't have the prerequisite equipment or knowledge for rehabilitation, for
God doesn't know how to rehabilitate people, or the Hebrews didn't.
Well, God allows free will, so that wouldn't be something he would do.
God bestows knowledge upon people all the time.
Do dead babies have free will?
That too.
Babies, I would argue, babies themselves don't have a modicum of free will. They're not really capable of doing
So it's
anything.
fine to kill them. Yeah, I get
No,
it. Okay.
it's not fine to kill them. If in the
why
Old
not?
Testament God ordered the slaughter of a nation of people, it is because they were doing terrible things to terrible people, much like the walls of Jericho. They were doing terrible things to people in general, not terrible people.
I'm blown away every time
and
someone tries
removing
to
the
say that these
children
babies
could
deserve
be a
death. Like
mercy.
it's always like
No, yeah, it happens.
Removing the
multiple
children
times.
could be a mercy because they would be closer to the divine presence of
Not
God.
at all.
Which,
No.
if you
Let
believe
me
in the
ask it
God of
this
the
way.
Bible, is the best place to be.
Let me ask it this way. The consequence for the Amalekites was that they get chopped up with swords and spears and maybe nunchucks, who knows. And so did the infants and the toddlers, right? And humans had to go do that chopping and that nunchucking. But if God knew in advance that there's just no way the Hebrews are going to be able to help these children, we got to kill them all. Why not just like secretly make the like women of the Amalekites barren, just so that they don't have kids, so no one has to cut them in half.
Maybe he could have, but
he didn't.
I feel like asking me to justify the the nuances of a story I don't know is a little disingenuous. I could come up with a million
It's
reasons.
disingenuous to say, why did your
I can
God
come
command
up
the
with
slaughter of children
I can
while
come
you're
up with a
doing it?
million and one reasons as to why that would be valid, and I could probably come up with some you would agree with.
Okay, what's
But I don't
one that
think
I would agree with?
Okay,
That's like a good
perhaps-
reason to chop the children.
Perhaps there was wickedness in the people who attacked them, who he ordered to attack them. So he wanted them to live with the tragedy of having to kill children. Maybe there was people he needed to punish in a different way.
Hold on, we're doing
And
one at a
war
time.
Was necessary.
Locust, don't gish gallop. I want
It
to
was the same.
respond
It
to all
was the
these.
same point.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. So we're punishing the Hebrews by letting them kill children.
By
So
forcing them to. I don't think anyone at any time would like
Wait,
as a
I
whole.
thought God
would
never
want to
infringed
kill
upon people's free will. What happened?
Well, he doesn't have to make them. He can say, "This is what you're to do," and they would go do
You
it.
just
because they
said
believe it.
He
force.
forces them to.
Well, yeah, I mean, it would be force in the same way that if I said,
do your
what I
punishment if
say,
you
or
want.
I'm going to blow up the live, you would be forced to kick me, right? Like, it's not like I physically pressed your button to kick me, but it would force you if I just started saying a bunch of random shit. You know what I mean?
What?
In that way, it was
Not
force.
really.
Not literally.
Oh, he compelled them to do it. Yeah, I get what you're saying. But so he's using these like infants as like a tool of punishment for someone else. He's still bad. That's a bad thing to do.
That's a possible way for it to be done to remove these people. Like
Does
I
that
said,
make it good? Does that like potential
What did you
explanation?
give us one we'd agree with? What happened?
This non-biblical like made up version that is like not what it says in the book. Like you're changing the story
I already
completely.
said I don't know what's in the book.
Locust, I'll tell you what's in the book. But if it says exactly what you just said, and God sent the Hebrews, the Israelites, to chop up the children so that the Israelites would feel punished and have to cope with the memory of chopping up children, do you think that justifies that act? Do you think that makes it a good punishment? Like just honestly, not as a debate, not as like who can win this one, but like you got to see that that's still a shitty command.
I just don't think it is. I don't, because
you're disgusting.
God works in mysterious ways, man.
That's not a mystery. That's there's no mystery anymore. In Locust's mind, this is an answer that might be correct. It might be real. It's not a mystery.
Is better than the place they are. It is very possible that for a child,
saying that this was a good plan.
God made people. People made decisions. Those decisions built bad societies.
You feel
and
good
God
about this
told
plan?
people that the right decision would be to remove those societies.
Okay, before I read to you what the actual words are and what the actual reasoning is that the Bible says,
Because the Bible is super referential. So for you to accurately read to me.
Sorry, I'm just in the middle of a sentence. Like if you guys want to talk over me, I'm going to give you a chance at the end where you guys can all talk a whole bunch. Like I'm happy to do that. But like while I'm going, just hang out for a second. Okay, so I'm going to read the actual verses. I know you don't care what the Bible says. Neither do I. I think it's made up. I'm happy to join you in saying this story's fake. This never happened. God didn't do that. Let's do it. Let's rip this page out of the Bible. I'm fucking down. Let's rip the whole Old Testament up and half the New Testament. Okay, great. But if you're going to say maybe it was this, maybe it was that, and have all these reasons, it says what it is. It says what the story is. Like if you want to change the Bible, write it down, do your own thing. That's great. I'm all for that. But I just want you to know what it actually says, because maybe it's good enough. Maybe this reason already works for you. Okay? So we already read it once, but we're going to read it again. And again, there's a reason that we use this verse so much. I know it's like used a lot in all these lives and stuff like that, but it is a really difficult one to like come to terms with. They all are. The slavery stuff is really hard to listen to. The killing 70,000 people, all the like drinking blood, like all these like weird like all the grape threats of cannibalism, these things, the stick death. It's all bad. There's so many things in here that are hard to deal with, but this one in particular, I think is especially hard to grapple with because he sends people to do it. And he brags about that later. He says, look what I do with the Hebrews. I use them to smash children. This is what I do. In 1 Samuel 15, the Lord says, I will punish the Amalekites for what they did in opposing the Israelites when they came up out of Egypt. That's why. That's the whole thing that we're looking for. They're punishing them because 400 years earlier, they attacked some of the Hebrew people who were leaving Egypt. Now, the Amalekites are like nomads. They don't like have a spot. They kind of like have these different camps and they move around. But, they just were wandering through the desert and bumped into the Hebrews and they fought. They had a skirmish and the Hebrews won. They actually kicked the Amalekites' asses. And they're still getting like more punishment 400 years later. And God says, now go and attack Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have. Do not spare them, but kill both man and woman, child and infant, ox and sheep, camel and donkey. Okay, so they do. They go chop the kids up. And I've been hearing, I read this every night. We have a song about it, and I've heard so many explanations. I've heard these ones that you're saying, Wokest. I don't know if he's still listening or not. I've heard these ones, like very clearly, the same kind of stuff. Maybe it was punishment for the other people. Maybe the babies had it coming. Maybe there was no other answer, all this stuff. But like, if you're going to do that many maybes as to why it's okay, just do yourself a favor and do one maybe that's like, maybe it's not okay. Maybe it's bad.
Okay. Well,
this guy seems pretty evil. Have we considered that it's actually the devil and not God? Hear me out.
Jesus Christ.
So Goofy is gonna stop talking, right?
I love that. That happens later. That happens later in Samuel.
All right, yeah.
The reason I read from my
Hold on. He answered first. Let's do this. In 2 Samuel chapter 24, it says, again, the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel. The Lord was kindled against Israel, and he said to David, go count the people of Judah. David counts the people of Judah, and so the Lord is like, fuck you for doing what I said, and he kills 70,000 people with a plague, right? Then, in 1 Chronicles, the exact same story happens again.
I'm sorry, I thought you said you weren't a biblical scholar.
It's a repeat. I'm not. It's a repeat of the same
you don't
story.
Understand these stories.
I do know this one. I looked it up.
You can read the story, but that's not understanding of the story. These things come with.
Okay, what's the story then? What is it? What am I about?
I'm also not a biblical scholar.
Let's read it then. Okay, great.
What I'm telling you is these stories.
So then, yeah. So just like in the New Testament, where you hear the same story from different perspectives, like Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, we have that here too. So in 2 Samuel, there was this story, and in 1 Chronicles, we have the same story, where it says very clearly, Satan stood up against Israel and incited David to count the people of Israel. So David goes and do it. They switched God out for Satan. I think Booty's onto something. What's your name, Boofy?
Spoofy. Yeah, why would they do that?
Spoofy here. Why would they do that? Because they realized how terrible it was. They're like, wait a minute, he did what God said and got punished for it? We have to fix this. And so they changed it to Satan. So God punished him for listening to Satan. It's such a joke of a book.
Why would they? But isn't that a reasonable change, though?
Yeah. I mean, you can find your own good explanation for it. Whatever explanations you have, just keep in mind, it might be because it's all bad or made up or something, too. Just keep that in mind.
Oh, no, it was the devil. I think it was the devil.
All right.
You know what, Mezzo?
Can I ask a question?
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Mezzo, I hope, and I love you, Mezzo, I hope you have a great time with this. I'm going to see myself out for my own mental health. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. But sweet
all right, that's fair.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm only going to go for another hour here, but yeah, thank you for being here. Everyone follow Sam if you don't. We appreciate you. As always, and it is actually the top of the hour too, so I do have to do a real quick ad break now. Normally I have Joel or Sam here to do these like top of the hour things, but it's it's 11 o'clock, so it's like we have a podcast and we have to like sometimes like play a song and then go into it. So hold on for 1 second. I made this song at the beginning of the show. It turned out cool. All right, and then I'll be right with you guys. Just hang tight. I don't know how to say it. So normally they'd be saying like it's the top of the hour. We got like Boofy, Wokest, Inside, John, Puma, and Slacker in the hot seats here, and Mezzo's I'm gonna be here too. I'm not as good as they are, but you get it. Here we go.
I'm digging that for sure.
Oh yeah. Hell yeah. We are back. We're here taking them down one by one. Welcome back everybody to the Mezzo show featuring Joel, Sam, and
Why don't you ask Jesus to help you out? He'll help you remember, bro.
Jesus, you're up next in the hot seat. Take it away.
He'll help you out to remember. Oh, I mean, I can speak, I guess, for Jesus since I have the Holy Spirit inside of me and I'm his watchman and messenger on earth. So if you'd like me to talk, I will.
Take it away.
Attaboy. Oh, no problem. Yeah. I mean, where is my God right now? Living inside of me. Well, his spirit is actually. And Jesus is actually right next to me, if you want to know where my God is. Because in scripture it says Jesus is a friend who sticks closer than a brother. So he's always next to me and he's always with me. And his spirit is living inside of me according to the scripture. So that's where my God is. Where's your God?
It's the gene, man.
Where's your God, bro?
In the genes, dude.
Sorry, I'm having some mic. Can you hear me?
Nah, your mic's all like tripping out.
Hold on. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just answering the question.
Okay, someone else has to talk. I need a minute. Sorry.
Can I talk?
Yeah.
The Slacker, this is exactly what I'm saying, man. It's in the genes, dude. We got the God worshiping gene, man. They can't even disprove it, dude.
Yeah, you know, for me, it's just, I was a drug dealer and a gun dealer for 30 years in and out of prison, had everything this world had to offer, everything that everyone goes after, money, drugs, cars, houses, everything.
Have you had the In-N-Out burger?
I love In-N-Out burger, bro.
It's good?
Yeah, it is good, actually.
Yeah, I gotta try it, dude.
Yeah, you should try it. Yeah. But the Lord is like, the Lord is everything to me, man. And,
Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now, bro. You're much better. You were choppy before.
You guys still there?
Yeah. Can you hear us?
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
I don't know if they can hear me. I'm trying to turn the music. My looper is stuck. Just go ahead.
Tell me about that In-N-Out burger.
Yeah. I actually only been there one time. And I didn't even go in. I just had the burger. Actually, I thought it was like kind of like a little bit like Wahlburger. Pretty good. So
that's crazy because with that information, it's crazy how much of an effect it had on you.
Sorry, man. I can't hear you, bro.
You're so low.
I don't know. Maybe we'll be able to catch up again. Hit me with a follow and I'll follow you back, man. If everybody else is in here that's a believer, hope you guys find the Lord. I'm out, guys. Love you. Peace.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is my life, man. Bro, this is my show, bro. The whole chat was hating on me a couple, like, not too long ago, bruh. Now I got to go say my cat is cute. People saying my cat is cute. No, they're saying, I wasn't even know what they were saying. They're hating on me. You told me to wake up? Bro, that's like the opposite of what I should be doing. I should be going to sleep right now. Telling me to wake up? What are we talking about? Let's be for real.
He's stupid. Look in the sky, you dumbasses.
Is God there?
Yes, he's there.
So like, what's crazy is I'm on the side of you, and I don't think that's a very good argument.
Huh?
I'm saying I'm on the same side as you, and I don't think that's a very good argument.
I mean, what's your argument?
It's in the genes, man. I'm telling y'all, bro. It's in the genes, though. It's on the genes, man.
And we're back. Thank you so much. Sorry about the technical difficulties, everyone. We are going to finish up here with our great conversation before we move on to the next guest.